Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and get started with our junior breeding heifer show this afternoon. With us, we're very fortunate to have a good cattleman, Ryan Dunklow. Ryan grew up on a feedlot and farming operation in Wayne, Nebraska. He attended the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where he graduated with an animal science degree. After college, he was fortunate to travel and work for some very influential operations that helped evolve his love for show cattle and the industry. He then returned back to his family's farm and started his own cattle business, Dunk Cattle Company. Currently, he and his wife Crystal and kids Hadley, Wyatt, Blaine, and Kyler run a predominantly Maine Anjou and Chianina-influenced herd of 300 cows. Ryan enjoys many aspects of the show cattle business, but he especially enjoys helping young people reach their goals. Thank you, Ryan, for being with us today, and we look forward to your appraisal of the livestock as we get into these classes. We're going to bring our first class in, Class 102. This will be our Angus division. These are Angus senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2022.
All right, folks, welcome back on Show Barn Flick. This afternoon here, 4 o'clock, we are starting on the junior breeding heifer show. I understand this is anybody that's 4-H FFA that can show in a junior show here in state of Nebraska, and actually quite a nice show it's going to be. I've got with me again Mr. Chris Butler. Chris is a native here of Nebraska, and of course with the Livestock Digital campaign that he works with lots of breeders throughout the state here and surrounding states, merchandising bulls and females and breeding programs. Good to have you with me here again this afternoon, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. It's fun to be here.
Starting on these Angus females, October females coming to us. Actually, we got to see these earlier today. Very nice set of females here, and I'll tell you what, hats off to these young people that brought out another really cool set of these Angus heifers again here. Not many in the junior breeding heifer show, but looks like we're going to have 7 of them. That's going to be fairly competitive.
Some of these we might have seen already today. It'll be interesting to see a different judge's aspect of what he sees out here.
Right. All right, so we're gonna listen to him on his reasons here in this class.
Nice way to go ahead and start off our Angus division here in our junior open, and I think one that I think rises to the top rather easily for me. When you start building them from the ground up with footwork and elegance and the extra things and tangibles that this one puts together, I think just a very logical place to start. He starts at her head, it works into her shoulder. I think that's her ideal advantage, honestly, as you get them out here in this setting. Not to mention, I mean, she does do things as you go back, but her angle to her shoulder, the way she ties out of her neck, the way she pushes out of her front end, and then as she transitions her back into her body, I think she has an added advantage. She's probably the youngest one in this class. I'm guessing as she comes in first. Maybe if I was to deviate on her just a little bit, maybe I'd like to square her up just a little bit in the way she uses her foot on her rear leg, and maybe loosen her up just a little bit in her hock, but everything works good enough for me, and I think her extra added quality in terms of her build gets her to the top. Just a very useful kind of one here that comes second. I like the build of this heifer, especially when we start studying her as you transition her from her forerib into her body shape. Got some muscle to go with that. Got some substance to go with it. Maybe needs just tip back a little bit in the angle of her shoulder, bring her a little higher in her neck, and actually as we set them to the lead, maybe just needs to get out and be just a little bit more comfortable like our class winner. Young lady that comes next, this is just a really high performing one. If framework's your thing, and I've said it a lot of times, the cattle come in many shapes and sizes. I don't care if they're big, small. I just want them to be good. And this is still a really good heifer. Don't take what I say as you go in third in a very competitive class as that I'm dogging on your heifer. But that is a big-bodied one that has plenty of muscle. Maybe just a little bit plainer in the way her neck's designed. Maybe just a little bit plainer in the way that she uses her hock and uses her leg to go to the ground. But a really, really nice class to start.
Results from Class 102 Angus Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 3526, PVF Proven Queen 2143, exhibited by Kyra Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3009, ALL Phyllis 293K, exhibited by Triple D Cattle Company of Juniata, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 942, RW Stylish Sandy 217, exhibited by Zoe Melander of Belgrade, Nebraska. Coming into the ring now, we have Class 106. This is Angus Spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 20.
Well, Chris, he kind of shuffled those around just a little bit. That squared, or the Triple D heifer, the Adcock bred heifer was calf champion, or
Yeah.
fall calf
Yeah, we
champion there this morning.
just going back at the notes before there and looking at that and going, oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
That's why we have different judges. Class here, we have the Banish family again in here. That female wins the Angus show here today. And then Cassie Meyer from Blue Hill. There's another good heifer there that stood respectable here in the Angus show this morning. So, very interesting. We'll see what happens here in this class. Again, if you just joined us on Show Barn Flicks, we are at the Nebraska State Fair Junior Breeding Heifer Show. Anybody that's junior breeding can have a breeding heifer here during the open show. They especially made this show for these young people to come out and show here tonight. And then, of course, their jackpot show, feeder calf jackpot show at 7 o'clock. All right, we're going to walk them here. This is April heifers. There's two in this class. Coming to you from the Angus division here. Really nice females. Look like they got a little more fit on them here tonight. Couldn't paint them in the Angus show probably, but they sure could here tonight.
It's not an easy feat sometimes, too, getting a heifer back. They've probably been up since 5:30 or 6 this morning, getting them going, and probably had to let them down, rest for a while, obviously, before they got to this part, and bring them back out.
Get them back again. Get them gathered up again.
The champion before, she looks just as fresh as she did then. She looks awfully good.
And she's going to win it, this class, so we'll listen to Ryan on this class.
Nice class, and it's a nice representation of Angus females here, and it's honestly really close. And I think when you get down to sorting them, I think they both have similar problems in terms of maybe they could reach a little more out of their front end, maybe they need laid back in their shoulder. But I think once you break them down and you get them parked, I think this one surfaces for me. I think she's fresher in terms of her appearance. I think she's bolder in terms of her shape. Maybe she doesn't have the added substance at the ground, and maybe as you work up into her hock, but she is the stouter design one if we're going to talk meat animal characteristics in terms of having back shape, opening up bigger and bolder in terms of her rib shape. And I think her added freshness and look just maybe excels her in this class. This is not a bad heifer in second. I love this one when you start talking about the way cattle lay substance, especially for Angus females in terms of maybe not her foot, but as you work up into her skeleton, she is very bold in terms of her substance. She's got some power. Change her up front, maybe just freshen her up just a little bit for me. Maybe just make her a little more expansive and pick her in the way she opens up in the top side of her rib cage and maybe bring her up a little bit in her pins and pound her down in her tail head. But that's a very competitive pair and a very nice class.
Results from Class 106, Angus Spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 3145. That is WP Proven Queen 262, exhibited by Briley Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3527, KLM Sandy 2282, exhibited by Casey Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we will have Class 108, Angus Junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2021.
All right, very interesting. Picks the champion of the Angus show this morning there to win, and in that class. And two more heifers here, two big January heifers in this class, Odine Cattle Company and Turtle Cattle. So two heifers we've seen again here this morning, big January, powerful heifers. I'd say these heifers look fresher tonight.
Yeah, I think they do.
Chris?
I think that they maybe got a chance to lay down and rest a little bit, and probably enjoying coming back in the air conditioning like this.
Absolutely. All right, class 108, and these junior breeding heifers. January heifers, good set of them. There's 2 of them, but they're big and powerful and good. Thank you. And good, big, powerful individuals. Ryan Dunklau from Nebraska here, sorting through these. Looks like he's getting a line on him here, and take one good look and give us a placing, and we'll be on to your champion junior heifer, Angus heifer, I should say. We're going to use the big turtle heifer to win this class. Big Colburn bred heifer, and then O'Day cattle will be second.
I guess to start in my mind here in this class with this bold built one. If you just study this one in terms of just being stout, I really appreciate that about her. And she still does it in a relatively feminine package. You know, she's got bold bodied, she's bold, and she's stout in terms of her muscle shape. But I think what's the most interesting is when you ask her to go, I love the way this one's hip, hind legs designed. I'd maybe want to stouten her up just a freckle in her heel. She's a little bit shallow and maybe just a little bit laid back and coon-footed off her rear too, but that's getting pretty critical on just a really, really stout beef cow kind of making one. A nice productive looking one that comes here at second. Can give you a really nice look from the side. Maybe doesn't have the extra intangibles of the one that wins the class in terms of her hip, hind leg, and the way she uses all that. Maybe doesn't have it isn't just as fluid in the way that she blends from her shoulder all the way back, but still a very, very productive looking female.
Results from Class 108, Angus Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 2412, Colburn Sarah's Dream 2957, exhibited by Grayson Tuttle of Dorchester, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4182, Bear Mountain Judy 2535, exhibited by O'Day Cattle of Indianola, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will be selecting our Grand Champion Junior Angus female.
All right, folks, we're back here on the Angus division. 3 really nice females to look at. And I tell you what, my hat's off to these young people. They've done a good job. They've showed these cattle this morning in the open show and then turn around and bring them back and make them look that good. I tell you what, somebody's pretty handy back there in the barn and keeping them fresh and keeping them looking good, keeping them full, and real good job to them. Got an October, April, and a big January heifer for Judge Dunklau to look at.
They do look good.
They look real good tonight. We're going to listen to him.
Real good way to go ahead and here start off our first division in this junior open. And you know, and we started this and we started with those 3 heifers in that first class, and I thought quality was deep from top to bottom. And they, in all honesty, guys, they just kept coming. I think the quality was very, very high for this particular division. And I was very, very happy with the cattle that we ended up on with, you know, in terms of our class winners on this side of the ring. You know, I think they're all a little bit different. I think we have one that leads this first class that probably excels this lineup. If you just want to talk about sheer femininity in terms of the way her neck and shoulders designed, I think she has an elite advantage in that department. I think as we transition back in her body, she is very, very good. For just an October calf, she does a lot of things very, very well. Commenting in class, maybe just free her up just a little bit in her hock, but that's getting awfully nitpicking on a very, very high quality, very, very good looking one. Just a very fresh one, I think, for an April bred female that comes here out of this next class. And I love the way this one's designed in terms of when you study her, the way she comes from her shoulder into her forerib, opens up in the top side of her rib cage all the way to the base of the bottom side of her body cavity. And then with all that being said, she opens up big, but she's got muscle to go with it. And then when you start doing the intangibles, yeah, we'd like to change her maybe a little bit if we're going to compare her to the one right ahead of her in terms of the way she maybe wants to use her neck and her shoulder. But I think she's also an April bred heifer with a little girl showing that maybe just gets a little lethargic from time to time. I don't think it's a real structural issue. I think it's more she's just a little bit lazy. I got young kids, and it's always hard to get the most out of them when they get tame. Heifer. And then just a real powerhouse one in terms of it being bold built and dense in terms of her structure. Maybe not as feminine as the ones on this side of the thing. I don't think that she's not feminine. I just don't know if she has as much as these ones on this side. But I mean, if you want to talk about one's hip and hind leg and the way one should be designed, I think that one has an added advantage in this lineup. So I go back and forth on a couple different things, but I think when it all comes right down to it, there's one in my mind that's pretty logical. Young lady here out of the second class, she'll be our champion. As we pull that second in, that was another, excuse me, that was another high quality one. Maybe not just as nice in terms of the way that she gets a little bit high in terms of her tail head. Maybe doesn't just do as many things as the one that goes ahead and wins this class, but it's definitely a nice piece to go ahead and fill in that spot in this lineup. I'll give them one last look and I'll get you reserved, but let's give these guys a round of applause. Really, really competitive division.
Your grand champion junior Angus female goes to entry 3145, WP Proven Queen 262, exhibited by Briley Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. Reserve grand champion junior Angus female goes to entry 3526, PVF Proven Queen 2143, exhibited by Kyra Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Congratulations to those Angus exhibitors.
All right, Chris. Well, it was pretty easy for me to see that happen. And as far as the Benish heifer come out, she's fresh, she looked good, and awfully good individual.
Now, she would, of course, be sired by the Collison Alpha Bull, which is a Dameron first class. She looked awfully good out here.
Yep, she went represent the Angus breed very good tomorrow night at 6 p.m. for overall. All right, folks, we're going to go on now to the balancers, Galby balancers, and a big string of these cattle coming to you. Here we got 3 February heifer calves coming in this class, so it'd be a nice entry here to start off with in the balancer junior show here. Looks like we're only going to end up with 2 of them, maybe. Looks like we've got 2856 Voss. Carter Voss is in here. And then 4112 Easton Boss. So Bosey.
Yep.
Easton Bosey. Very good. 2 of them. Looks like the Boss might be scratch at the bottom. 2 February Galby balancers.
The balancer numbers might be as high as anything in here.
Looks like it. Awfully good representation of them. They had a big balancer show this morning over on the other side. Corey Thompson got to sort through them and sounded like he was very complimentary of them.
Balancer, of course, is a Galvy-influenced female with mostly Angus, but in a percentage basis, like we term Sim Angus, and
Yep,
they called it their balancer.
Very well accepted cattle, and hard-working cattle, fertile cattle. Do a great job as mothers and stuff. So. Only 2 in this class, 2 February heifer calves. Our judge, Ryan Dunklow, looking at him here. Tomorrow will be other breeds, registered other breeds cattle, Semitole cattle, Piedmontese, and North Ring. We're going to listen to Ryan on his reasons on this class.
Challenging pair, I guess, in my mind, because I think if you could take things off of both of these two animals, and don't take this as criticism, but I think if you could take some elite pieces off both these and put it together, I think you'd have one that you'd really, really like. And I'm not saying that they're bad. I opt with the young man's one that I go ahead and lead off here with. I think she just offers me a little bit in terms of, she's just a little denser in terms of her build. I think she's bolder in terms of the way you study her as she comes out of the backside of her shoulder and into her rib cage. And I think as she has an elite advantage as we study her all the way back in her skeleton. And then as we bring them to the ground, I think she has another added advantage in terms of just having a little bit more substance of bone. I think the heifer in second is probably got an advantage in terms of her foot shape, in terms of her elite look, maybe as we study them shoulders forward. This one just needs to get softened up a little bit for me. I think her body shape is good. She's just a little bit green. She gets a little flatter as we start studying her, as she comes out of the top side of her cage, and she gets my bigger problem is as we study her, as she gets to her forerib, she gets a little bit flatter there. So as we move these things on and put feet on them, I'm just a little bit more concerned on how that one's body shape is going to come. But really, really nice pair of heifers in a very challenging class there.
Results from Class 250 Balancer Junior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 4112, exhibited by, or actually the animal's name is Bose Miss 2414J, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2856, VOS 404L ET, exhibited by Carter Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will have Class 252. This is Balancer Senior Heifer Calves, born September 1st to December 31st of 2022.
I might have told you wrong on that. It is Bose. We have
Bose.
Up by West Point, we have the Bosey family. They say it differently.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm. Very good. 2 big red heifers coming here now. Big fall heifers, I guess a fall heifer and a December. Coming to you. 2 young individuals working hard here. On the Gelby Balancer show, we have this class and 3 more classes, and then we'll select a champion Balancer, Gelby Balancer female, and then we'll go into the Herefords. So if you're trying to keep track at home where you want to try to be and by your computer or in the comforts of your home, we'll be on to the Herefords maintainers, and then purebred Semitoles, percentage Semitoles, and then it'll be other registered purebred cattle. So Abby Helms has 1 heifer in here. It's a fall heifer, and then Grant, you know how to pronounce that there?
Wallahowski.
Wallahowski? Wallahowski from Overton, Nebraska.
Overton just west of Kearney there.
Right, yep, absolutely. Right on the interstate there,
Yep.
isn't it? Yep.
Holbrook down by McCook. Flying H Genetics, they have
Oh,
a
sure.
program,
Yep.
Simmental and Gelby program.
Yep.
You mentioned something about the Gelby and the maternal ability. There's probably nothing better than a well-uttered Gelby female when you find a good one. They are
Right.
unbelievable
Yep,
in
absolutely.
what they'll produce.
Yep, absolutely. Two heifers in this class. All right, Ryan's going to talk them.
Nice class over here on our balancer side, and we're going to leave them the way they came in. And I know there's a big age discrepancy. I think the one young man's up front here, I think they said was a December and a September female back here. But I think it's close because I think they're very, very similar. I think the one up that I go ahead and opt to lead with maybe isn't as far along in terms of her condition, maybe isn't as far along in terms of maturity. But I think as you start studying the basics of that one in terms of maybe not as either one of them as we set them to lead, they don't want to hold their neck real high. But as we get them parked, this one can use her neck just a little bit better. And then as we start studying the way that her shoulder's designed, I think she's a little bit smoother in the way that her blade lays in her. And dang sure as we move her down into the point of her shoulder, I think she lays a little smoother. Both open up nice in terms of their rib cage. Both of them are bold enough, I think, in terms of their forerib and their body shape. I think this one's hip and hind leg is a little more attractive as we set them to lead. And that's probably where between that and the shape to her shoulders where we sort that pair in my mind. Young lady's got a really nice one that goes ahead and goes second. She's probably got an advantage in terms of footwork, bone work, maybe just overall power. I just don't know if she, in my opinion, I think the young man that leads off this clan just blends just a little bit nicer. But young lady, that's a really, really nice heifer to be second in a really nice class of balancer females. Good job, guys. Okay, good job.
Results from Class 252 Balancer Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 3902 SEPT Ginger Snap Martini K290, exhibited by Grant Wall Hosky of Overton, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 4301 Flying H Miss Powerhouse 518K, exhibited by Abby Helms, Holbrook, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 254. These are Balancer Summer Yearling Heifers born May 1st through August 31st.
All right, nice females in that last class. Two nice big red females. You got two solid black females. Both May heifer calves coming in here. Easton Boss again and Tegan Butterfield. Here's just two nice big Gelby balancers coming to you. May heifer calves.
Hailing from Orleans, Nebraska and Atkinson, Nebraska.
There you go.
.200 miles apart, virtually on the same highway.
All right, he's going to walk him. He took a look at him. He's going to walk him. And Easton's got him a long-bodied heifer there. Second heifer there by Tegan's awfully long, big, stout, kind of powerful thing, too.
A lot of shape, a lot of shape.
As you can see on the screen, they got two of them there. He's going to talk about them.
Another pair we're going to leave the way they came in. And the young man that leads off the class probably gives up a little bit. I'll be the first to admit in terms of just body, in terms of bone work. But I think where it sorts to me is when you start tying pieces together, and especially when you start tying pieces together as you set them to lead. I like the way that this one composes herself. I think she's better at using her shoulder and the way she uses her neck. And I think as we study her down her top line, she's more balanced in terms of the way that she wants to transition everything, especially as we set them to lead. I'll be the first to admit she gives up a little bit of bone to the one that we put second in this class, and maybe a little body and maybe a little bit of muscle. But she's got plenty of all of those things. Maybe would like to just modify both of them, honestly, in terms of the way that their hind legs designed just a little bit and make them a little more attractive in the way they use their hock and as well as their foot, but two really nice females. Powerhouse one comes here in second, and young lady, I think she is that kind of cow. I think she's the kind that you take home and you raise bulls with. I mean, she is stout, she is big-legged, she is big-footed. She's a little plainer in terms of the way that she's built up front. She's a little more common in terms of the way that her shoulders designed and the way her neck sits on her, and maybe just doesn't when you set them to bleed, I don't know that everything just transitions and stays together quite as nice, but two very, very different females that are very, very competitive in that class.
Results from Class 254, Balancer Summer Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4113 XXB Miss 516/255K Joy, exhibited by Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4292. It is tag number 19K, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. Coming in now will be Class 256, Balancer Spring Yearlings, born March 1st to April 30th of 2022.
All right, Chris, in that class there, really a fancy heifer to win that last class. Now we have Megan Welakowska. Is that how you say that again? Walahoski. Bree Gutschall.
Gottschall. Yep.
Gutschall.
We're missing one here. We might have one.
I think Toby Voss is not there.
Yep.
The way it looks to me, that one there is not.
A little different format on what we got going on with this junior show too is we don't break the divisions down and we just bring back the winners of that and square them off.
Class winner and let them square off and get after it. All right, he's taking a good look. Let's walk him. Three big, powerful March heifers, March Galby Balancers in your Galby Balancer Junior Breeding Heifer Show. Got a real nice crowd watching here today.
Yeah, it's fun to watch and look up and see some of the breeders, and I see some of my Galby customers and breeders here, and
great for them to be here to support these young people here tonight. All right, you can see on the screen there, they've kind of got them pulled up head to tail and get a good look at them. Take a look here. And you don't exactly what he did here, but he pulled one, but I'm assuming that's third place heifer.
I think that's what he might have done. He might want to put them two heifers closer together here a little bit, get some analysts.
Right.
Red one against the black one. Red one gets a little more performance to her all overall, and but little differences in them.
More of a cookie cutter look in that black heifer, maybe. All right, I'm going to use the black heifer from Walahoski. Tegan Butterfield will be second.
good pair on the top side and some talking points in my mind in terms of how you like them. And I think this one surfaced to me, I just think she's the most complete one. I think when you start studying her, I think especially when you get back off the cattle, I think she's just a little more uniform in the way everything's put together in terms of the way her shoulder balances into her forerib and the way her top line and everything tapers down to the lower body part of her cavity. And then as we set her in motion, I think she has an added advantage in terms of her flexibility. And then as we park them, I like this one's head. I like her neck. I like the way everything ties. And as we set them in motion, all that stays there. It's all very, very good. Does she give up a little bit probably in terms of foot and bone work and maybe just raw power? Yeah, she does, but her uniqueness for being that balanced is what wins this class for me. Young lady that comes second, this is a really nice heifer, and there's probably other judges that would disagree with me and they would use this heifer, and I can't disagree with that. I see him the way I see him. I just don't know if she hooks up as well as the one that we win the class with. I don't know if she's as nice in terms of the way her hooks and pins tie together. I don't know if she's as nice in terms of the way that her shoulder and her chest force sits into her body cavity and then transitions back, but that's a bold sprung one with a lot of power, a lot of substance to go ahead and go second to a really, really complete one. Young man that comes next is probably more like her champion, or not her champion, her class winner in terms of her look, in terms of being balanced, in terms of being smooth. She just gives up a little bit too much in terms of the intangibles. She's probably not as nice in terms of the way that her neck and her chest force sits in her. She probably doesn't have the extra wow factor in terms of foot, bone, and then just power as we progress back in her skeleton. But a nice heifer to go ahead and round out the class.
Results from Class 256, Balancer Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 3904, SEPT Victoria's Secret, K240 ET, exhibited by Megan Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4293, BEA 0600K, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 4286, SFGI Miss Stephanie E.T., exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we have Class 258. This is Balancer Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st to the end of February of 2022.
All right, we're on the last class of these Galby Balancer heifers and big, powerful heifers here, and be interesting to see how these sort out. Really kind of a fancy heifer to win that last class, and then as he talked to him, he just likes the style and balance and pin set of those heifers. And I tell you what, you get into, there's some big, stout, powerful balancers here in this class.
Yeah, we're looking at 5 right here, and there are some differences, but there are some big females in here. Looks like they've been campaigned quite a bit.
Looks like some awfully good cow prospects here. All right, folks, we're on to our class of last class of balancers here, and good big stout females, 3 Januaries and 2 Februaries. Coming to you, and big individuals here, big, stout, powerful, good-looking females, all solid black, coming to you in your Galby Balancer show here to end up on before we pick a champion Galby Balancer. Five of them in this class. Interesting to see how they would have shook out there today under Corey Thompson. I'm sure they surfaced to the top, the good ones do. good set of females that you can take any one of them and actually make good cows out of them, Chris.
Yeah, that's a very nice group right here. There's a lot of uniformity right in here and a lot of body. I think there's one out here that kind of shines pretty good for me anyway. In a second to probably followers, we'll see what he thinks.
Ryan Dunkow, our judge here tonight. So,
yeah, Ryan Dunk Cattle Company raises a lot of show steer and breeding heifer prospects right up there by Wayne, Nebraska. And
down to 4 here, way it looks. Lily Helms will be in your number 5th spot. Had a preference of where you want to go here and what you want to do and what you want to end up with and how you want to compete. Gonna walk the 2 fancier heifers here to see where he wants to be. $11.28 is going to be for Kaylee Eckhoff.
I'll be the first to admit I don't pay that much attention to balancers, and not because I don't like the cattle. It's just not a breed that I work in, but you've got my attention. This is a very, very deep class in terms of quality, and I think it's 2 pairs in my mind. I think it's a top pair, and then it's the next 2, and I think this top pair is really, really close, honestly. I think there's one that's maybe just a little more unique in terms of putting pieces together, and there's one that's a little more unique in terms of putting just raw power on one skeleton. And, I like both things, but I always think it's harder to make ones that are complete, and the young lady brings one like that to me here today. You study her from the ground up. I think she's got a distinct advantage in terms of just the way everything comes together, but then as you study them from the ground up, her foot shape, her foot size is maybe not as big, but her shape is so much better. And then as you progress it up into her skeleton, when that thing is set to lead, it is elite in terms of her build. I love her look, I love her shoulder, I love her rib cage, plenty of power, just a very, very, very good one to go ahead and win this class. And young lady, this is a close pair, so don't think that you got shorted today, because I really like this animal. She's maybe not as nice when we start breaking down just the pieces in terms of comparing the 2 animals. I think in terms of for her breed, she's still very, very good at those things, but maybe when you study in terms of her shoulder, in terms of the way that her chest force sits in her, and then as we set her to lead, she's maybe not as fluent. Maybe like to change her a little bit in terms of the way that her back foot is shaped, but that is a very, very competitive pair on the top side of this class. Next one sorts to me, and I know it's a little bit deceiving because I think it's very, very close. I think there's one that comes here that comes in 3rd that's just got a little more power, a little more substance, and there's one that comes in 4th that's a little better looking, and maybe everything holds together a little bit nicer as we set them to lead. I just opt for the power in this one to go ahead and go 3rd. I like that about her. I think she's boulder sprung. I think she's denser in terms of her skeleton. Young lady that comes next with the better looking one, I think this one honestly is just a couple 100 pounds away from being pretty darn nice, honestly. Maybe we change her a little bit in the angle of her shoulder. Maybe as we start putting bark on her, maybe her chest forward won't stay as nice. That's not for me to say. It's just my guess. But I like the true pieces of this one and the balance and the smoothness of this female. And then the young lady that rounds out the class just kind of ran into a buzzsaw in terms of quality on the top side. And not saying your heifer is not good, because she is. She's a very productive looking female in terms of her type and kind. Got body, got some structural integrity, got a nice foot under as we move her on down the line. Just doesn't have the extra intangibles in terms of look, in terms of build, to get her up any higher in this class. But a very, very good class, very competitive class on the top end of there.
Results in Class 258, Balancer Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1143, Miss 308/236K, exhibited by Brinley Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1146, Miss Block Party, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Third place to entry 3900, XXB Miss Block Party 221K, exhibited by Paige Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Fourth place to entry 4287, XX Miss Block Party, exhibited by Kinley Eckhoff of Aurora, Nebraska. Fifth place to entry 4300, Flying H Miss Grand Slam 85K, exhibited by Lily Helms of Holbrook, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we'll be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion junior balancer female.
All right, folks, we are on our grand champion selection of our Galby Balancer Heifer Show in our junior breeding heifer show here tonight. Looks like we're going to have 5 really nice heifers to look at for these balancer exhibitors. And tell you what, Chris, you look at that first heifer calf, and she's showing off now. That's a really nice heifer calf.
Yeah, she's got a lot of style, a lot of substance, really nice up through her front end. And we'll see if he can get an eye on her right now. I know she wasn't as profiling that well before.
She is now. She got it. That young man's got her stuck out there now. Nice red heifer in the fall division, big, powerful female. You could see a bunch of good bulls out of that female right there. And then a couple of intermediate and younger heifers there, big bred heifers, got some style to them, and then end up on a really sound, big-footed heifer in your last class of those. So
yeah, you want a idea of what foot shape and size should be. That last class there, that big female right there, is about all of it.
She kind of puts it together in this division, and I would think he would for him, but we'll see here. He'll let us know. Congratulations to these young people, and great day here, and he's going to talk about them.
Another very good division here in our balancer side, and you know, the quality started early in these classes, and it just kept building and building and building. And you know, I'm not a very good poker player, and most of the time when I get passionate about one, everybody kind of knows what I'm thinking. And I always say this: the only person I've ever tricked in my life is my wife. So I think it's pretty clean cut for me. I think there was a pair of females that hit me really, really hard in class. I think there's a pair of females that still hit me very, very hard in this division. So I'll go out here and I'll get you a couple champions, but a very, very competitive Gelby drive or balancer drive. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors.
He's going to use that last heifer, Chris, just like we thought he would. Nice heifer, balancing heifer. I'll tell you what, you can't go wrong with that. Followed right behind her, right?
Yep, with the heifer that got second in her. So.
Yep. The Auber family from Guide Rock, Nebraska. So congratulations to that family. Champion in the reserve, balancer, Galby females. Excellent show there for those Galby balancers.
Got great numbers.
Yep, really good numbers. Now we're going into our Hereford division, and just walking through the barn a little while ago, Chris, looked like a heck of a nice set of Hereford females standing out there.
Yeah, quality is very deep on this group of females right here in cattle. And Nebraska has a great Nebraska Hereford Association. They do a lot of events. They have a fall event where they have a sale and promote their juniors, and it's a very good organization.
Well, that's fantastic. Very good. We got, looks like they're ready to rock. 302, the way it sounds, is going to be the first class. It's going to be Wolf Farms from Madison, Nebraska, which looks like a November female. So just one entry in this class.
That one.
I must have scratched.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. She's not there. That one.
She's not there, so they must have scratched that one and decided to go on. So 300 class, the March heifer calf from Bremer at Fullerton is a no-show. So we're going to go on to the fall heifer calf of Wolf Farms from Madison. Good-looking female, dark cherry red.
Kurt and his family right there by Madison, basically south of Norfolk. Been raising a lot of show cattle for a long, long time.
Oh, sure.
I think as the business kind of progressed in this show steer business, getting into the Charolais and some of the breed type specific steers, that drove him down this line on some of this Hereford. So it's fun to see them.
Good looking, youthful female. We'll listen to our judge on the reasons how he likes this female.
Single entry here to start our Hereford show, and a heifer that could sure use some competition. I mean, just a very bold one in terms of her body type, in terms of her muscle shape, in terms of the way that she's designed. You know, I just think that as you read her from front to rear, I just think she just screams quality in terms of a Hereford female. Maybe we'd like to change her a few places, maybe set her back in her shoulder and just free her up a little bit in terms of her hip all the way to the ground in terms of her pastern. But I think she's still plenty flexible enough in terms of the way that she uses her skeleton. So really, really nice single entry that's highly presented to go ahead and win that class.
Results from Class 302, Hereford Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1943, WLFF Cheyenne, 13K ET, exhibited by Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we will have Class 304, Hereford Summer Yearling Heifers, born May 1st to August 31st of 2022.
Well, just as we kind of thought, he liked that heifer awfully well. Really nice design, beautiful pattern to her, and just won in this class. And I think that looked like he was going to talk it right away. But nice female coming to you from Lena Kaminsky from Loop City, Nebraska.
Dark red and goggle-eyed, as we say in the business.
There you go. Heifer finally kind of come out and relaxed a little bit. She didn't like being out here by herself. Just one entry in this class, just a May 20th female.
Another good single entry here on the Hereford side, and just a really high quality individual in terms of her build, in terms of the way that she's designed, in terms of her levelness, in terms of as you study her back and her top line. And then I think very, very fresh in terms of her appearance, you know, for one that's this age. I think just a really, really nice one. Maybe, I mean, there's none of them that are perfect, but we can get into that more when we get into the final drive. But a highly presented one, very, very fresh in her appearance. Love her build, love her quality. Really, really nice class winner there.
Results from Class 304, Hereford Summer Yearlings. First place goes to entry 278, KELR Why Not, 214, exhibited by Lena Kaminsky of Loop City, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we'll have Class 306, Hereford Spring Yearling Heifers, born March 1st to April 30th of 2022.
All right, looks like should have 5 head, hopefully, if they all show. It'd be interesting here. We should get into the heat of some things here now with these heifers, and I'll tell you what, awfully good set of females looks like to me that is going to hit the ring here and maybe turn up the heat just a little bit.
I see one of the first young persons here to enter the ring was in our Gelby Balancer division.
There you go. That's right. Absolutely.
You are seeing families now look at multiple options because the junior shows might be different locations, sometimes very similar locations, but
you're saying a little crossover.
A little diversification.
Looks like we're going to get 4 of them. Not 5, we're going to get 4. I'm doing good, Tim. Our good friend Timmy what? Yeah. 6 weeks ago. Well, so good set of heifers here in this class, and our good friend Tim Burke just pulled up here. And here these females are going to, okay, so we're going to look at which one are we missing here, Chris? They don't have some right numbers on here or something.
Yeah, I don't. I'm 42.99. That one's here. This number's not correct. 4017.
Is there?
1148 6.
They kind of got them all.
That was her Gelvy number, but I identified her as the young lady that showed the balancer, but that is her. So
there you go. So you folks that are following along on Show Barn Flicks, we are on the Hereford Heifers, spring yearling heifers, and coming to you here, the Junior Breeding Heifer Show here tonight at the Nebraska State Fair. Nice set of females and just an excellent set of cattle you'll get to see here. As days progress tomorrow, Herefords, I think, show tomorrow in the open show. So you'll get to see them.
oh, we saw some today. They just weren't the big ones.
They just weren't the big ones. Did you walk away? Did you see the excitement down there at the backdrop?
I saw a little bit of that. Yeah.
Yeah, the little bull, he tears the whole backdrop off. No, take
Miniature Hereford.
miniature Hereford. The little ones tear the big stuff down.
They say they have attitudes just like the big ones do.
So
Hey, Val, that's probably about like them guys that have to have them great big trucks, you know?
there you go. Oh my! Oh, we're on class 306 with these Hereford heifers, and nice set of them. Really good showmen out here, and these guys, the kids are doing a good job. Hats off to them and their families, the hard work this time of year. A lot of school gets started, and everybody's dedication to the show barn is always amazing how things get done.
I see there's one in here named Miss Domino. That's a pretty common name in the Hereford business.
Right? Yep.
One of the few breeds of cattle that the government actually took control of back in the late 50s and 60s and put them up in Montana and said, we need to keep these cattle pure.
I'll be darned. There you go. Yep.
Our friend Levi Landers that we were talking about, his dad, was one of those ranch managers that ran that outfit.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Cool.
It was called the Line 1 operation.
That's right. It was Line 1. Line 1 Herefords. Well, we got 4 out here. He's sifting through them, getting an eye on them, and hopefully he'll be making some choices here.
I couldn't identify the heifer in the 4th position out there, who that is exactly, but that is a very high quality animal.
Yes, it is. Yep.
So hopefully we'll learn that young man's name.
All right.
It looks like it could be a landmark bred heifer.
All right. Our judge, Dunklau, is selected 4th and 3rd. Going to pull 2 big, powerful heifers. I mean, you look at those heifers there, Chris. They're big, they're stout, they're powerful, they got volume to them. You know, them are brood cows there, boy.
Yeah, there's a lot to both of those heifers there. Now, when he pulled them both together, it gets a little tough for me to analyze from this end. I was kind of liking that heifer in that 4th place, and now as they got together, I'm the one in the front here coming out first looks like she shows an awful lot of balance.
He's going to want to see him walk again. Make sure they're out there fluid. You're going to leave them just like that.
And it comes down to a top pair in my mind, and they're both very, very similar. And I think the one that maybe I used to win the class, I think both of them I'd like to modify at the ground just a little bit in terms of either the way they use their hind leg or the way their foot's shaped. So I guess as I break that down, I'm going to call that. I think this one needs her feet changed just a little bit. I think this one needs to stride out just a little bit better, especially off her show side back leg. But I think when you start breaking the cattle down for their pieces and parts and the way that they put things together, I like this this heifer that wins the class. I like her condition for the day. I think she has an added advantage as you get off to the side of the cattle, and especially from a front 3/4, as you study the way that this one's sternum's built in her, and the way that she opens from her shoulder to her forerib into her body cavity, and still is very, very fresh in terms of her appearance, in my opinion. Love her power as we get on the top side of her skeleton and transition back into her hip. Like I said, change her just a little bit, in terms of her foot shape at the ground to make her perfect, but God's never made a perfect one yet, and she still gets around the ring plenty good enough. Young man that comes second here, this is a high quality one too, and I think she rivals our class winner as we start getting from her forerib back into the middle part of her body cavity. She probably doesn't have the extra intangibles in terms of the wow factor, in terms of the angle in which her neck and her shoulder on the top side come out of her, in terms of the way that her chest floor sits up in her. She probably could be changed a little bit that way, and as I stated, I'd like to see her just be a little freer in terms of the way she uses her show side back leg today, but that is a bold built one, but it's plenty stout enough. Just needs to do a few different things just a little more elitely as our class winner to move up in this class. Young lady that comes next is similar in terms of her balance as we study her to our class winner. Just gets a little outpowered in this class. Maybe isn't as cracked open in terms of her body cavity, isn't as stout in terms of the way that she's built down her top line. Maybe isn't as pulled apart in terms of the way that her bottom side of her rib cage opens up, but a very complete one in terms of just balance and symmetry. Need to change her a little bit in terms of the way her hip and her hind legs designed, but I do think that's a very, very balanced female. I'm going to go ahead and go third. One with the bigger pieces in that pair, it comes here in fourth, and I think this one has the advantage as we study this class in terms of her foot shape, in terms of the way that she uses her structure, just a little too flat, maybe a little too elevated in terms of the way that she's built. She gets a little flatter in terms of when we study her from her shoulder to her forerib into her rib cage, and then as we study her by the top side of her skeleton, she's just a little bit narrower gauged in my opinion, but still a very, very good looking one that offers us extra substance of foot and bone and style, but a very, very nice class there in the Hereford side.
Results from Class 306, Hereford Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4017, LAR Mildred 225 ET, exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2570, Land Miss Maker's Mark, exhibited by Jackson Wright of Ewing, Nebraska. Third place, entry 4299, K Karma 247, exhibited by Autry Person of Hampton, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 1148, LAR Mildred, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 308, Hereford Junior Yearling Heifers, born January 1st to February 28th of 2022.
All right, interesting class there, Chris, and of course that big stout heifer of Cooper Lindstorm's that Midland heifer, or Mylander heifer wins that class. And I was talking to Tim here, but did you listen to what he had to comment about those two big, powerful heifers?
Yeah, he sure liked all the comments, and especially how easy built that lead heifer was from her shoulder design, how well she moved. And I'd have to agree on her. It's hard to find one that doesn't open up on them shoulders and stays put and looks that smooth at this day and age.
Right. All right, so your last class of Herefords here. No, we got one more after that. We got one senior yearling. We got this is our January and February heifers. There's 3 heifers in this class, and looks like we'll have a nice class winner again out of these. You folks that just joined us on Show Barn Flex, we are on the Junior Breeding Heifer show here at Nebraska State Fair this evening. Started an hour ago, and we are working on the heifers, the Hereford heifers. Next, after this, we will be going to the maintainers. There's 2 classes of the maintainers, 3 classes of maintainers actually. And then we'll be going to the purebred Shorthorns. There's a cup. Nope, I guess there won't be any Shorthorns running tonight. And then we're going to be running into the purebred semis, so we got a few classes to go yet. Looking forward to a really nice show and a champion overall here in this show here today. Ryan Dunklow up by Wayne, Nebraska, is our judge here today and doing an excellent job evaluating the cattle. All right, he's going to talk them.
Another nice class winner here to go ahead and lead off. And I like this one a great deal, especially if you want to go ahead and break down her pieces and parts for the rig that she comes to us today. I think she's extremely fresh, and I actually think there's nothing but upside in this female as you progress her on into her future. But one that, as you start studying the intangibles, in my mind, I think, from what I've seen in terms of Hereford cattle so far, and I'll just talk it like that now, I think she has an added advantage in terms of her height, the shoulder, in terms of the way that she uses her neck. And then for one that's that green, she's still pretty expansive in terms of her rib cage, in terms of the shape to her body, in terms of the way that she uses her structure as well. I think she has a little bit of advantage. Maybe like to tone her down a little bit in terms of her tail head, maybe just stouten her up a little bit, like pins down into the base of her stifle, but a very, very, very elegant one in terms of the way that she's presented. Really, really like that female to go ahead and lead off the class. It gets a little nitpickier here when we get to second and third, and I'm going to go with the one that I think is just a little bit fresher in her appearance. I think she has a little added advantage in terms of her look. I think she has an added advantage in terms of when you start breaking them down as they progress back in their body. I think she's a little bit smoother in terms of the way that her pieces tie together. Maybe doesn't have the overall power or substance or just raw meat that the one that comes second does, but I like her basic pieces and basic fluidness in terms of her structure. Young lady rounds out the class. This one's just a little bit, I'll just call her just a little overdone, honestly. I think she's just putting a little too much condition on, especially chest floor into the front side of her shoulder, but a heifer that's big-footed, got some substance, got some power to go ahead and round out that class.
Results from Class 308, Hereford Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 3096, EF Lady Queen K17, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4306, HH Miss Dynamite Impact 2002, exhibited by Timber Hula of Creston, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1487, TKCC Miss Dorothy 203, exhibited by Chloe Tolley of Burwell, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have Class 310 Hereford Senior Yearling Heifers born September 1st to December 31st of 2021.
Another nice single entry senior yearling and a very, very fresh one for a senior yearling. I applaud this man for the young man for the condition that she comes to us. And she's got quality as well. I mean, as you said, just her look from the side, her added foot and substance of bone, wide in terms of the way that her hips designed. And, maybe a big bodied, maybe not as nice and maybe some we've seen in terms of their chest, fore, shoulder to forerib proportions, but I mean a very, very good one in terms of one that's that far along with calf in terms of holding a lot of very, very good things together. Young man said she's due to calve somewhere in November, and that looks about spot on. Maybe like to refine her a little bit in terms of her teat size, but very, very good in terms of a single entry senior yearling there.
Results from Class 310 Hereford Senior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1959, MCM D56, Marley J-Lo 2116, exhibited by Landon Linneman of Hildreth, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Hereford female.
All right, big, powerful senior yearling there, Chris. Big, stout thing, big bone, big-footed, and get around the ring really, really good.
Yeah, there's a good representation out here of some high-quality animals. He talked to some of these, these bigger heifers, the bigger bred heifers out here, but there's nothing to take away on the quality of these set of red heifers right here.
Yep, big, stout females, good-looking females. Hereford breed to be very complimentary of what we have here and be very proud of what they have for these juniors that have been shown here on this set. Really nice. Really, I compliment the breed. They've done a good job. They do a good job with these juniors.
There's some, you can see some fitting qualities out here too. There's some people who have some cattle dialed in right very well.
Absolutely, yep.
So in the first part there, we have from Wolf Farms, we have the November 13th heifer of 2022. Next heifer in line is a May of 2022 summer yearling heifer from Lena Kaminsky. Winning the next division is Cooper Lindstrom with his March 2022 female. And finishing out is not finishing out, but the Bramer heifer comes in the fourth spot there. That's 2/15 of 22 February. That would be a Frenzen bred again. We talked about Galen Frenzen. That'd be her grandfather.
There you go.
Angus and Hereford there at Fullerton, Nebraska. And that single entry that the high-quality female right out there, Landon Linneman fills us out there with that senior yearling heifer, September born. I can't get over how big this female is here and the bone she has, but how well she moves and sets those feet down and really gets her done.
Excellent females. Breed to be very, very, very proud of these females, and a bunch of good young people here showing. Got some give and take. You're going to have to make a decision of what you want to drive home with, and what you want to be competitive with in that final drive here tonight.
Unique thing about the Hereford breed here in Nebraska is we have breeders virtually everywhere. Every corner, center of the state, western part of the state, they are just scattered everywhere.
Yep. We'll take a look at them again on the move. See if he sees anything different here. Have some big bull sales. You probably get to go to quite a few Hereford bull sales in the state of Nebraska.
I get to go to a few different parts of the state, and they sell well. It's still the black baldy cow is still the king.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Or the queen.
Yep.
And I remember last year in Denver that the Nebraska was well represented out there as well in the Hereford program. We have some of the best Hereford genetics in the U.S.
Sure. Our judge taking his final look. I thought he was going to grab. Yeah, he is going to grab his microphone. I think he's ready to start talking about him.
Put our hands together for a very, very competitive Hereford drive. It's something to be a testament to you guys as breeders in terms of just when they start coming single entry quality, and then you get class winners, and they just keep progressing back. And I think as you progress this first one down to when she's the age of that one, I think you'll be very, very impressed with what she is. Is she maybe in the contention today? Is she maybe as far along as some of those other ones? No, but she has a lot of quality. Young man has a really, really nice project. Young lady that wins that May class, I love this one's balance. Is she maybe as cracked open in terms of her rib cage, in terms of her muscle shape? No, but I think there's basic, good, bold pieces there to go ahead and breed on, and I think she's really, really fresh yet too. I think as she progresses on, you get her into the winter months, get a little more calf in her belly, and get her just a little more shape. I think that thing could be really, really nice. Maybe not today's not her day, but a very, very nice one in terms of just basic build and basic quality. And then we started running into some heat as we got to 3, 4, 5 in this class. And the one that runs the third class, she won that class, and that was a very, very competitive class. And I'll be the first to admit, I'd really like to change this one's feet. And I think she's a foot trimming away, and I don't mean to give excuses for her, but she's just a little longer in terms of her toe. I think a foot trimming away from being one that could be very, very good as we progress her on into the winter months. I love her body cavity. I love the way that she's shaped in terms of in terms of the way you study her from the backside of her shoulder to her hip. I love the way she's shaped as we go from her shoulder to her forerib and back to the middle of her quarter. And then as we study the underside of the cattle, She is the most cracked open in terms of her chest floor and still being set up in terms of her sternum. She opens up big and bold in terms of her rib cage, plenty of muscle, plenty enough substance. Tweak her feet a little bit to make her just way, way, way good, but that's a very, very good one that's staying sure in contention in this lineup. Very, very balanced one, and I love this heifer. I think there's nothing but upside for this female as we progress her on into the fall. I love how balanced she is in terms of her symmetry, and I know I talk balance, guys, but it's hard to put cattle together that hook up from one piece to the next, and that's what makes a good one a great one. And I'll be the first to admit I do this for a living. It is hard to beat cattle that just keep progressing back, and I will take balance. I love power, but balance has got to start, and then we build on that, and then we build on what they can do structurally and substance-wise. But this one, I think as we progress around down the fall, into the fall, I like a lot of things about her. She's not as far along, maybe in terms of her cage, in terms of the bottom, the shape to the lower side of her rib. She's maybe not quite as expansive in terms of her forerib yet, but she is not bad there either. Big-legged, big-footed, talked in class, set her down a little bit in her tail head. That's just a haircut away, not a big deal. Really, really nice one. Young man that comes next here, this senior yearling is just a powerhouse kind of a female, guys. She's a little bit, she's getting there to the end of her show career. And, which I talked in class, maybe like refiner in her teats. As we get her out here, I love the power. I love the brood cow of this one. I love her foot and bone. She's maybe getting us a little bit over the edge in terms of the way that her crest of her neck's starting to work into the top side of her shoulder. Maybe wants to push outside of herself just a little bit or throw them just a little bit as she goes. But it's not a structural thing. It's just a big calf in her belly that's working in her. But a really, really good, high-quality one, highly presented, a very, very powerhouse, kind of a donor female as I look at them as you progress her on into her future. So I think you can go a few different ways. I think there's one in my mind that hit me very, very hard in terms of just putting a lot of really good things together in terms of balance, power, and all of it. Let's go ahead and give these guys a hand. I'll get you a grand reserve, but a very, very competitive division.
All right, Chris, looks like he took that third class winner, and that would be Cooper Lindstrom, right?
Yes.
Big old powerful heifer there, and deserving to win that there, no problem at all there. I would say that probably we'll see what he ends up doing here now. And
A very, very good class from top to bottom. And this one is very similar in terms of when you start studying their body shape, in terms of the way things hook together. I talked in class, she needs to reach a little better off her show side, hide, and leg. I know that's nitpicking and single traiting, and I'm not trying to do that. But as we look at other things, maybe not as tidy in terms of the way that her sternum sets in her, but still a high-necked one that balances out well in terms of the way that her back shape, in terms of the way that she progresses down to the lower side of her skeleton. Maybe need to tidy her up maybe just a little bit in terms of her teat size too. Not terrible. I mean, I've got Herefords too. That's just the way it is. I don't want to bash on the breed like everybody thinks I'm probably trying to do, but it's definitely a problem in that breed. But just a little bit there, but a very, very good female in terms of her balance. I'll give him one last look. I'll get your reserve, but a very, very competitive division.
all right, looks like we're going to get a reserve here, and I'll tell you what, nice set of Hereford females. Very deserving here in this division, and big, powerful individuals they are. Going to use the Bremer heifer for reserve. So class 4 winner is going to be reserve.
Champion Hereford female in the junior show goes entry 4017 LAR Mildred 225 ET, exhibited by Lindstrom, Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. And your reserve goes to entry 3096 EF Lady Queen K17, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Congratulations to you Hereford exhibitors.
All right, great set of Herefords there, and the Lindstrom heifer, a very nice female. and I'll tell you, when you get into that quality and stuff like that, why, they're a good set of females, and stuff. So. All right, now we're going to get on to some maintainers. It looks like we should be on February class where we should be here. And I tell you what, awfully good set of these February heifers coming. Just one in this first class should be class 500 maintainers. Whoop, we got two of them. Two coming. Looks like a February and an April. February and an April. Coming to you in the maintainer division.
Like over there. Taylor.
All right.
Jet Fogarty, Walt Hill, Nebraska. I know his dad well.
All right. There you go. We got a February heifer out here. And then McKenna Renner from North Platte. Got another maintainer out here. Looks like an April baby. So
Maintainer, of course, is just like we've been talking Balancer and Sim Angus. It's the composite part, percentage part of the main Anjou.
right, yeah, exactly.
Got to get a little promo going.
There you go. Well, that's good. All right, started on our maintainer division and stuff like that. So will you keep in mind here, we're going to keep moving right along. There's only 5 of these heifers here coming. After this, we got 2 heifer calves and stuff. So
My daughter just reminded me the big Husker volleyball game is tonight.
oh yeah,
It's in Memorial Stadium, and do you know that is going to be the biggest volleyball game in attendance ever in the world?
really
85,000 people.
85,000 people tonight.
Yep. Which is kind of one of our highlights of the week because Thursday night we have to go to Minnesota
Yeah,
and
yeah. I've always been a Husker fan, though. I've traded. I've traded. I've never traded.
who wants to be a Gopher?
I didn't tell you who I was going to bet on. I just never
Beef cows in terms of body shape, in terms of muscle shape, in terms of the way that they put red meat on their skeleton. I think this one has an advantage. Is she as tidy in terms of her shoulder and forerib? No. Is she maybe as high tying in terms of her neck? She's not. But I think she's still feminine. I think she's still nice in terms of the way her skull's designed. I like the added substance and power as we work from the bottom, from the ground all the way up in that female. Really, really nice one to go ahead and lead off this class. Young lady that comes next, this heifer will be good someday. And I don't take my opinion as a bad one because I do like this female. Maybe just a little harder in terms of her body type today. Maybe just, and I think she'll be one of those kind of females that you'll like her, and then as you get a calf in her belly, I think everything will kind of start to come apart. Need to shape her a little bit different in terms of the way her ribs designed. Need to power her up all the way from front to rear. But a green heifer that has plenty of come and plenty of quality to go on down and make a nice project for that young lady.
All right, very good. The young man there, would you say his name was?
Fogarty.
Fogarty, yes. Fogarty was the winner there in that class. Now we're going to go on to class 504. These are 2 May bred heifers coming to you. 2 Mays, and boy, I think we turned up the heat here a little bit.
Yeah, this is what the main Anjou cattle are known for, the maintainer, the bone and the eye appeal, the hips, the power, the balance of all of that. You're definitely seeing it here.
Absolutely. Good looking heifers and good two little young ladies doing a good job showing. All right, May heifers, May bred heifers here. Judge Ryan Dunklau will be evaluating these two, getting a good look at them. And good looking females, highly fit, highly presented here tonight. But tell you what, when they get out and move like that, that striking presence, and you got to really like them.
Yeah, beautiful pattern, lots of color.
Yep. So if you just joined us, we are on the maintainers. We only have one more class, and then we'll have a maintainer champion. Here today, this evening, I should say, here for our junior breeding heifer show here at Nebraska State Fair. Good looking heifers. Man, they're striking. I'd say he's made his selection. We'll listen to what he has to say about him.
Another nice class of maintainers here, and two opposites end of the spectrum, but one thing's for sure, the one that wins, I think wins rather handily in terms of femininity, in terms of balance, in terms of just the way she hooks things together. I like the way her sternum's shaped. I like the way her shoulder's shaped. Love the way that her shoulder forerib proportions out into her body shape. Got plenty of substance in terms of her back, in terms of the way her muscle lays on her. Maybe if I was to tweak her, I'd like to maybe just change her a little bit in the way she uses her hock, maybe change a little bit in terms of the way that her foot's shaped, but that's being ultra critical on a very, very high quality one. Just a powerhouse one comes here in second. If you want to talk about red meat in terms of back and hip and laying it down into some stifle and some bone work, this one has an advantage. She's got a nice look to her in terms of from the profile. She's maybe not as feminine in terms of we study her skull, or feminine in terms of the way that her sternum and her chest sits in her. Maybe not as nice in terms of the way that her body is shaped on the lower side, but still a very, very stout, high productive kind of one to go on and make a nice female or a nice breeding piece for that young lady.
Results from Class 504 Maintainer Summer Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 979, BML Nikki 224K, exhibited by Oakley Jelinek of Osceola, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 944, GAL Miss Sally, exhibited by Zoe Melander of Belgrade, Nebraska. Coming into the ring now, we have Class 506 Maintainer Spring Yearling Heifers, born March 1st to April 30th of 2022.
All right, three heifers left here in our maintainer division. We have a March and two Aprils, and really nice heifer to win that last class. And I'll tell you, these three heifers look like they're going to be awfully competitive also. So looks like a really nice set of these maintainers. That show was here, this Junior National was here this summer. They said it was big in numbers also, and really good set of females coming to you here at this junior show here tonight. Looks like we got L.J. Wells from Norfolk, Natalie Triarnick from Wymore, Nebraska, and Lexi Johnson from Gothenburg. So real good females. Big, powerful individuals.
Can you guys pull in on that ear tag of that female there? I just wanted to show the audience those ear tags now that it's in the middle heifer there. If you can see it, if she looks this way. These new computers and things can print and carve out those tags and make quite the neat thing for an ear tag there.
Beautiful ear tags. Classy. Very good. All right, we're going to walk these females and tell you what, girls, here here at the Show Barn Flicks is doing a great job, and we appreciate all their help and stuff like that. So, all right, so we're on the last class of these maintainers, and coming to you 1 March and 2 April, bred to females. Tarnick female feels good. She's in the air conditioning, and she wants to go.
Natalie's sister showed a Red Angus female earlier today, or was in that part.
Right, yep. And being reserved Red Angus also in the open show.
We get the privilege to work again with that Trowernick family, and it is fun to see those two girls, of course, granddaughters of the senior member of the operation.
Right.
Really taking foot in enjoying the business, and it's a lot of fun to see that.
Yep, absolutely. All right. We're on class number 506, end of the maintainers here. Going to get to see our champion drive here shortly after he gets done with this class. All right, we're going to listen to Ryan here on his reasons on this class here.
I asked this young lady which way she wanted to try and set this thing up, and she said she'd try this way, so we'll see how it goes. But just a little worked up, and that's fine, because I think this one has a tremendous amount of quality in terms of just breaking down her basic build. And when she gets her parked and gives you that profile look, skull, neck, height, the way she uses all that stuff. Not that the one that does that in second is not as good at it. She's probably actually a little longer necked and a little higher. But I think the way that this one proportions and the way she blends and the way she hooks up in terms of her shoulder, neck, body, forerib, depth of body, and just does that with a very, very maternal, very cowy kind of look. Just a very, very complete one to go ahead and win this class. If you want to talk the one with the big pieces, young man has that here in second in terms of length of neck, in terms of just big-footed, big, rugged boned. And I love that about her. She's a little more elevated, but it doesn't take away from her. I think she's still high quality. Needs to blend a little better in terms of her shoulder to forerib. Maybe pick her up and change her just a little bit in the way that her hip's designed to get her up and rival that one that wins this class. Young lady that comes next, just a very, 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 very good kind of female in terms of just doing a lot of things very, very well. Maybe doesn't blow you away with the extra intangibles that the one that's on the top side of the class do, but still one that does a lot of things very well in terms of muscle, in terms of body, in terms of blending some things. Just doesn't have the out there pieces in terms of extra intangibles in my mind to move her up in this class. But a very, very, very nice class of maintainer females with one that leads off, I think, is awfully good.
Results from Class 506, Maintainer Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4313 RFCM Katie Style ET, exhibited by Natalie Tronick of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2503 RJC Miss Blue Chip 2144K, exhibited by LJ Wells of Norfolk, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 4308, MCCO Ringling 013K, exhibited by Lexi Johnson of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Now, in our ring, we'll be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Maintainer females.
All right, Chris, not much in numbers, but really lots of quality.
Yeah,
Lots of quality.
They get out here. The young man's heifer up front is very well built. She's shows all the breed characteristics of the squareness and the elegance, and you pass it on back, and it doesn't get any easier. The middle heifer here, the second place, standing out here, is very, very well done, fitted, looked,
Another very competitive division, and the quality just keeps coming, and I like that when you step in the ring and you get to sort little differences in sort cattle, and it started with the calf in that first class. Just very cowy, I think, is how as we get her back out here is how I want to describe her. I like her body shape, I like her substance, I like the power she possesses. Is she there in terms of what these big heifers have done already in terms of life? No, she's still juvenile, she's still young. Time will tell if she matures into one like that, but I think her basic pieces and build have set a nice foundation for her into the future. Young lady that then comes with the second class, and she just hits you hard in terms of presentation, in terms of her freshness, in terms of being ready to come to a show and just wow people. Yeah, her hair coat's beautiful. I know hair doesn't always make the best one, but it makes them stand out, and hard work should not go unnoticed. So I applaud that young lady for bringing a cow to the fair in the summertime and having one ready to go. And it's not just presentation, guys. It's her basic build in terms of being good looking, in terms of being square, in terms of the way everything's shaped, in terms of being fluid, in terms of hooking everything up. Just a really, really elite one in terms of doing a lot of things really, really well. Tweak that back foot a little bit. I'm not going to get hard on her for it. I still think she's a very, very high quality individual that's been fed for a purpose to come to the Nebraska State Fair, it looks like to me. Young lady that comes next, does she have the bells and whistles in terms of hair and presentations? No, she doesn't, but guys, this is a very, very good animal. She's maybe not as tidy in terms of the way that her chest force sits in her. She maybe doesn't just blend as well when you study her right there out of the backside of her shoulder into her forerib, but times of in her favor. I think as this one progresses on in her life, I think there's nothing but good ahead of her. I actually like the frame size she offers in terms of the condition she's in today. Is she a big one for her age? No, she's not, but she proportions. You know, cattle come in all shapes and size, and they just have to be good, and this one just screams quality. She screams, when I'm all said and done, I'm going to lay down on my side and I'm going to spit one out the back that's going to make money, and that's what this is all about. So I think a very, very good division. I think in my mind's pretty well made up in terms of what we need to do, but there's going to be two very, very good individuals. They're different in terms of their kind, but very, very good ones that are going to come out of this division. Let's go ahead and give our these kids a round of applause. Very, very competitive division.
All right, he went right after them two heifers. The heifer come out of the maze, excellent female, and then Natalie Trarnick, heifer going to be reserving this division. Congratulations, young people. Excellent set of maintainers, not large in numbers, but darn. Should be. So. All right, I understand. There we go, and here we go into the should be 700 class 700. The 700 club, we should call it. Semitol heifers. These are January and March heifer calves coming to you, and they should be ready to roll here any time.
13 in the purebred division overall, and quite a few in the percentage. So the Semitol has always been known as one of the larger shows here at State Fair, and it's not going to disappoint.
Should make for a good open show tomorrow. Great set of cattle and stuff. All right, here we go, folks. We're on the Semitole, purebred Semitoles. They finally got them gathered up and got them sent out here. And here we are, class number, I'm thinking this is class number 750 until we see some show numbers. They haven't given me a lot of numbers here to work with, so I don't exactly, unless they're still bringing them. 32, 25, 32, 20, 55, 22, 55.
Yeah, 32.55 is in the ring. Young lady, Gracie Clausen from West Point. Just going to be two in this group, so we can figure out the gentleman out here.
Like I said, they didn't give us a lot of.
He's not wearing exhibitor number, so it's a little hard to tell.
A little hard to tell, and must have had a lot of falls here. Stepped out because Berwick. All right, so we got two heifers here in this class 700, class 700. Got a January against a, looks like a March if I'm looking at this all right. Moving right along, so if you folks are watching in the barn, they are moving right along on these purebred heifers. Purebred Semitole heifers are hitting the ring. So if you are following along back there, be sure to be watching the big
A lot of good breeders in the state. You guys have had a very successful Semitole operation yourselves, and your daughter Amanda.
we were fortunate enough to have 3 national junior champions and 2 reserves. And
when you talk about the junior program, what that has propelled Amanda and her family and husband into what they're doing now, and they're making a career out of it.
making a career. All right, we'll listen to Ryan in this class here.
Nice place to start here on our Semitole show, and just a really good basic one. And I think once maybe you put a hair coat on this one and get her further onto her life, I think she just gets better and better. But her basic pieces, I think they scream quality in terms of the way her head and her neck and her shoulders sit on her. I think she has an added advantage as you start studying the cattle's shoulders forward as you progress back into her skeleton. I think as we work down her top line, I think she's square in terms of the way she's built. I think she's smoother in the way she transitions from her forearm into her forerib, and as you progress her back on the bottom side of her skeleton, I like the extra shape in which she comes to me in terms of the way that her body's shaped. And on top of that, I think the quality of her foot and just her overall running gear, I think, is a little more long term. A high quality one. Don't take this the wrong way, because I do think she is high quality. She gives you a really, really striking look from the side. As we set her in motion, she wants to deviate a little bit in terms of the way she comes out of the top side of her shoulder into the middle of her spine, but one that's got plenty of power in terms of the shape to her quarter. Maybe just need to free her up and make her just a little more easy and put a little more foot under her to move her up in that class.
I would say that Christian doesn't know either.
First place goes to entry Alfs of Shickley, Nebraska. And second place, entry 3255, Miss Liberty by Gracie Clausen of West Point. Coming in the ring now.
All right, now we know. Reagan Ops just won in this class. He's going to talk them.
Just a single entry here on the semi side, and one that could use some competition but this one it does have some really good pieces in terms of her body shape, in terms of when you study cattle from the ground up, in terms of substance of foot, bone, and as we progress up in her skeleton, I like that animal pretty well. Would we get to the top side, maybe I'd like to change her a little bit in terms of the way her tail head and her loin and her top line sits in her, maybe just a little bit, maybe opens up a little bit in the top side of her blade, but one that's still high tying, plenty maternal in terms of her kind. So really nice single entry to go ahead and win that class.
Results in Class 702, purebred Simmental Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 2876. Bar S Brooklyn K242, exhibited by Bar S Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will have Class 704. This is purebred Simmental Summer Yearling Heifers.
All right, just one in that class there, Chris, and a nice heifer coming to you from Bar S Cattle. Ruda Cattle has one here in this class, another nice female, and we're going to listen to her judge. Just a May baby here.
Another nice single entry here in our May class, and one that could use some competition. One that we just want to start breaking one down in terms of their body cavity, in terms of old and opened up and bold, in terms of the way that's built. Has muscle, has some quarter, has some bone, has some foot. Maybe doesn't tie just super high in terms of her neck. Maybe isn't just as extended up there. I'd like to tweak her a little bit in terms of the way her hip and tail head and all that sit in her. Maybe just lengthen her out a little bit in terms of from hooks to pins, and pick her up just a little bit in her pins. But still a very high quality one to win a single entry class here.
Results from Class 704, purebred Simmental Summer Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4295. BCR Miss K152, exhibited by Ruda Cattle of Ames, Nebraska. Coming in next, we have Class 706, purebred Simmental Spring Yearling Heifers.
All right, Chris, that there heifer was a May heifer, come out of the Buck Creek program out of Oklahoma. BCR Miss K152, and Ruda family was a leader there, a good gal. All right, 706. This is Class 706. Looks like we will have one more class after this, and then we'll have a champion purebred Simmental female for you. We are on the, if you've joined us here on Show Barn Flex, we are on the purebred Simmental division. We have percentage Simmental division to go, and then we've got registered other breeds, and then we've got the, it looks like other commercial bred heifers coming to you. So
Be really interesting to hear the comments coming from
really nice set of purebred females in the Simmental show here. They're going to walk them, take a good look at them.
We've been broadcasting live all day long.
So
Interesting to hear what them boys have to say about the show going on today. So behave yourself, boys. Behave yourself.
Our announcer was talking about us there a little bit. He is a Charolais breeder right out there at Elm Creek, Nebraska, so he should feel proud on that Charolais division. That was an awfully good show today.
Oh, that was very good show. Very nice female to represent the breed tomorrow night in that overall division.
It stepped it up quite a bit here in this class now, too. This is a
little more power, a little more look, a little more get out and go. A little more style. All right, 4 of them out here. Our judge is getting a good look at him side profile. Hopefully you folks are too on the screen. He's going to take a good looking female here at the end. We'll listen to his reasons.
Nice place to start here in this class, and she's the youngest female, and she probably gives up a little bit in terms of performance, but I think she more than makes up for it in terms of quality, in terms of her look, in terms of her build, in terms of the way she puts things together. And then I think when you start breaking all those things down, I think she's still probably the best one in terms of the way that she uses her structure and the way she gets out and goes. Second best one in that regard, I think, is the young lady that comes second, and I think she elevates herself in this class just because she is the flexible one that offers more substance in terms of her build. What you see is what you get. She's not going to blow you away with a hair coat, but that is a very, very smooth, complete, basic kind of female to go ahead and sit second to one that's really, really, really nice. Young lady that comes next, just a high-performing kind of female. I like this one as you set her in production and you move on down the road. Does she blow you away with bells and whistles in terms of look? No, she doesn't, but she's got power. She's got body. She's got some substance to her. Going to make a really, really nice breeding piece for that young lady. And we round out the class with one that gives you a really nice look from the side in terms of her profile, but as we set them to lead, we need to free her up a little bit off both ends of her skeleton. She gets a little steeper in terms of her shoulder, a little bit solider in terms of the way that she reaches out of the rear end of her skeleton. But really, really nice class, really, really nice when they're on the top side.
Our public announcer runoff, and winning that class should be Reeson from Hopkins, Nebraska, a young female there. Coming to you in April, Fancy Baldy female coming to you was your class winner there. Second would have been the Dorsey female from Moses Bluff, Nebraska.
Yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 626. Dressin Kiss and Tell, exhibited by Journey Reeson of Hoskins, Nebraska. Second place to entry 4325. That one was exhibited by Tatum Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Third place, entry 3010, MCF, Miss Isabella Dorothy, exhibited by Triple D Cattle Co. of Juniata, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 3254, OHL, Keep Smilin', 226.5K, exhibited by Gracie Clausen of West Point. In the ring now, we have Class 708, Purebred Simmental Junior Yearling Heifers.
All right, nice fancy baldy heifer to win that class. Reasons, and I'll tell you what, beautiful female. Now we're down to Class 708, January and a February heifer. I see there's only two, and I thought there was going to be three in this class, but it looks like we are missing in this class. Could be the Kirsten. No, the Kirsten heifer's there. Bar S cattle out of Pierce is what we're missing in this class.
That last class of heifer that wins that thing is the recent heifer there. His dad is formerly of West Point area, Cumming County native. That female's a Relentless, back to a Bruin Cattle Company female.
Oh, there you go.
Outfit I get to work with a little bit.
There you go. Yep.
Back to Hera's Dream Girl.
I'll be darned. We know the Hera cattle quite well. All right. Big stout red speckled face heifer and a big black baldy female. Good looking females here in this class. And depending what you're wanting, he's going to leave them 1 and 2 right just like that. All right. We'll listen to him.
Nice pair of them here, and a red one that what you see is what you get. She's not going to blow you away with presentation or a hair coat, but that doesn't make good cattle, guys. This one's just reads good cattle as you progress her on into her life. I think just her basic build and her parts and pieces scream one that you put in production, and you go ahead and come back and keep bringing daughters or sons or whatever you want to show out of her. But I think she has an advantage in this pair because she is the one, as we set them to lead, lead. Is she the longest stepping? No, but she's very long-bodied, and she flexes well. She maintains her spine well. She maintains the height of her neck and the way she uses her shoulder well. And I think all that put together, I think her condition is just a little more fitting for me today. You know, maybe not the high presentation one that we have in second, but what you see is what you get, and that's good livestock. So, young man that comes next, I'm not trying to dog on your heifer because I do think she's good. I think she has an added advantage in terms of just foot, bone, big pieces as we put her together. I don't think she maintains everything as well in terms of the way we study her shoulder, the way we study her neck, the way she wants to get out and reach, maybe starting to push some condition in terms of the center of her body, and then maybe that's maybe some of the stuff that maybe restricts her a little bit in terms of her movement, but still a high quality one that's highly presented. So the young man is to be applauded for that. But a really nice player. What you see is what you get on the top side.
Results from Class 708, purebred Simmental Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1863, LKCC Miss Chili Pepper 124K, is exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4297, GAC Miss Harley, exhibited by Christo Cattle of Albion, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Purebred Simmental females.
All right, excellent set of females coming out here in the purebred division.
The red female that wins the last class there's a Sam out of a Mr. T.R. Hammer.
I'll be darned. There you go. Sam done a well job. He was well represented at the Junior National in Des Moines this summer. Largest show ever for the Simmentals in Des Moines as a Junior National. And I'll tell you what, the quality was deep. And we used to think that winning Denver, Louisville was Super Bowl, but I'm telling you what, you win the Junior National now, that's the Super Bowl. And it is tough, really tough. And they were all there. And I'll tell you what, great quality and great group of kids. And you get that large in numbers. I mean, you got to really have a pretty good set of eyes. And I like a two-man team sorting them so they don't miss stuff. They really break them down, really analyze them, and do a good job. Your selection of your Grand Champion purebred female here tonight in the Simmental division, coming to you at your Nebraska State Fair here with the great added bonus here that they have this show for these juniors to be able to come out and show one more time.
As we talk about some of the bloodlines earlier today that were champions in the Red Angus, the Parabellum, the Angus, we talked about the Dameron First Class and the Severa Style Impact. In the Simmental, you can see the Relentless and the something about Mary or the Sambo, which is a Relentless. So the WC Relentless probably could be his most dominant show female maker in the Simmental breed there is.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Nice set of them. Congratulations to these young people here. A lot of family and a lot of time and, a lot of product been used here today. Chris, just spraying adhesive and paint and whatever it might be, washing them out, hocus pocus, or whatever their preference is of breaking these cattle down after showing and stuff like that. So,
yeah, there's some highly fitted females right here in this group.
Our champion drive for our purebred Simmental here on our junior show this evening. We're going to listen to Ryan Dunk.
Young division here as we get into our Simmentals, and I think just a really good one that started here in this first class. Does she blow you away with the bells in terms of hair coat and presentation? Absolutely not. But that animal's quality in terms of her build, in terms of her look, in terms of putting things together. And I think she has an added advantage as we get her out in this lineup in terms of the way that she holds everything together and reaches and flexes out of her skeleton. She's still relatively green, I think, in terms of her condition. She's probably, I mean, she's an older female in terms of her age. I'll give her that, you know, comparing her to the one that was second in that class. But I think she's spot on in terms of as you project her down the road into the later times of her life. I think as you put hair coat on her and you put flesh on that animal, I think there's a lot of good to her, and I think she's honestly, in my mind, she's actually a contender out here in this lineup. Young lady out of that next class, we commented in class that she's just a very good basic one in terms of the way her body's shaped, in terms of the way that she lays red meat onto her skeleton. She's not as high and tidy in terms of her neck or in the way her shoulder and she blends, maybe deviates a little bit in terms of her top line, but that's still a very productive one that'll go on and make a nice project as that one progresses on through her short career. Young lady that comes out of the May class, I think that's what she was, you know, one that maybe is pushing a little more condition the more I study her in terms of just the front side of her shoulder, middle part of her body cavity, but one that still offers us plenty of power, plenty of substance in terms of her body. Maybe needs deviated or changed a little bit in terms of the way her hips design, and make her needs to go out and flex just a little bit nicer to be a contender in this here lineup. Young man that comes next, this one is killer when you get her parked on the profile. I love her look. I love the way she balances. Maybe pushing a little sternum for the amount of body, true natural body shape that she has. My biggest problem is we get her out in this lineup. I love her this way. When we set them in motion, I'd like to change her a bit in terms of the way her top line's designed. She gets a little wumpy and wants to go all over the place in terms of just being just a little bit fishier in terms of the way her back's designed, but one that offers us a killer look, love her design from the stand. Just want to tweak her a little bit as we set her in motion. Young lady that rounds out this last class, and this was just what you see is what you get, guys. She's not going to overwhelm you with a whole lot of show cattle stuff in terms of presentation or hair coat or anything that way, but that's good livestock. That's cow making material right there. That one goes in production and does a lot of good things. I love the way the condition she is in relative to the state and, you know, to her maturity. I love the way she ties together. Maybe she's a little short stepping, but that's fine, because that one from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail, that's a lot of animal. She has got some length. She still gets out and flexes well. I think that one's just a really, really safe one in terms of the kind of cattle that you want to take home and the kind of cattle that you want to try and put in your pasture and make stuff with. So I'll give them one last look, and I'll get you a couple champions, but let's go ahead and put our hands together. Very, very competitive division.
All right, Chris kind of told us here. I think he's going to probably just race right down here and get this red heifer. I think he liked her awful well.
I think that's what I thought out of his comments too.
Kirsten's.
A note on the red heifer here that I think should be noted is that young girl bred and raised that female.
There you go. Very good.
And she wins it.
She wins it. Yep. Sam daughter coming to you from the Kirstens at Gretna, Nebraska. And he's going to walk down there and get that calf for reserve. He likes that calf. Talked about it earlier. 12.99.
Can't look that one up. That one's pending on the ASA registration. I'd give everybody a
124K, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Reserve Grand Champion Simmental female goes to entry 1299, Legacy, exhibited by Reagan Alfs of Shickley, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors in the Simmental division. Coming up next, we will be exhibiting our percentage Simmental heifers in our junior show. First class in will be class 750. These are percentage Simmental junior heifer calves born January 1st and later in 2023.
All right, Chris, we're going to go on now. Here we start the percentage Simmental show. And we've got quite a few numbers here to look at. These are January and February heifers coming to you, and a fairly decent sized show here in your percentage Simmentals. So
21 head I count.
21 head should be a good representation. They're ready to let them buck, and here we go, starting off with. Should be all right, so we've got 1266 is out here. Cisco's 30, 30 or 43. Ryan Brenner, excuse me.
Ryan Brenner, Mapleton, Iowa, know the family.
All right, and I do not see the Trarnick heifer. Must have been a scratch. So there's just going to be 3 in this class. Looks like a nice set of them again here, and I would suspect cool looking heifer there of the Cisco's coming to you. Another cool looking Baldy coming to you from the Brenners. Looks like she's got Broker in her name. I would imagine she's got Broker in her pedigree. Clausen, little red Baldy heifer, is not enjoying it at all.
We've had pretty good sports out here today for the cattle side of things, I would say.
Yeah.
Most of these heifers, although I'm sure have been out a little bit in some different shows, but
Right.
you know, again, you talk about these young kids that have play softball and baseball and do all kinds of other activities, and then find time to work all these calves and do this and come to the fair and miss school and do all sorts of things.
School's been on for 2 weeks already, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So here in Iowa, I think that's been on for 2 weeks. Right after the Iowa State Fair is over with, they cranked up there. And Minnesota, South Dakota hasn't cranked up. They'll crank up after Labor Day. And Minnesota cranks up after Labor Day. So gives everybody time, you know, and stuff. But I know I remember wanting to, I couldn't wait to get to the state fair. I couldn't wait to get out of school
Yeah.
to go. That was when they had it down there in Lincoln, and great memories there.
Yeah, I did enjoy the campus down there, the fair campus. It was a neat location and has a lot of history. And
Was fortunate to have 2 champion steers in that old Coliseum down there. One 1973, we had a gray Baldy steer. It was a Bismarck son.
yeah,
And in 1977, we had a red Baldy Lemmy steer that was one champion there. Well, listen to Ryan.
To start our solution show or sim solution show, and the short-tailed one, you know, that's not ever good, but this one's high quality, guys. This one is built really, really well. I love her maternal look in terms of the way her skull's shaped, the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She's bold in terms of the way her forerib and her rib cage opens up. She's got back, she's got stifle, she's got muscle, extra added foot and substance in terms of her skeleton. Young man that comes next, this one at the park can give you a killer look, and when we set her in motion, she just gets a little bit different in terms of the way her shoulder's designed. She's a little upright. She wants to drive the point of her shoulder as she comes, or as she goes, it comes and goes, but this one has a killer look as he gets her parked. Love the way when she's stopped there that she gets her head up and it ties high, and then as you progress back, she's very, very balanced. Doesn't have the extra stuff in terms of power, in terms of density, in terms of just overall structural dimension to that one, but a really, really nice one to go ahead and go second, especially at the park. Young lady, this one's finally deciding she wants to be a show heifer. It's taken her a whole lap to kind of get there, but when she gets her park, she can give you a killer look. Maybe doesn't have the extras in terms of power, in terms of just being pulled apart, probably just a little bit farther in terms of weight per day of age, in terms of those other ones, but this one, as you go home and you feed on her, and that red baldy look, I think is really, really unique. This one could get awfully good. Just go home, get her broke, bring her back, and hopefully she'll cooperate.
Results from Class 750 percentage Simmental Junior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1266, MSSB KTS 301L, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Odo, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3043, MRB Broker Erica 03L, exhibited by Ryan Brenner of Mapleton, Iowa. And third place goes to entry 3256, Miss Bella 3916L HFK, exhibited by Gracie Clausen of West Point, Nebraska.
All right, nice heifer to win that class. Can't tell you what she was because she's still pending. Coming to you from the Cisco. So here we are in Class 752, 2 fall heifer calves coming to us here now. And really nice females. And again, Bremer from Fullerton, Nebraska, and then the Cisco's down there at southeast Nebraska. 2 really good heifer calves. That heifer calf that won the last class was very nice. Bobtail like that makes them look off balance, and it's just, boy, it's just tough to get around something like that, you know, but awfully nice looking female.
Sometimes I think, though, as they get big and bred, it sometimes can really show the body and the power of them, too.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. 2 nice baldy fall heifers here in this class, these fall division. In the percentage females here now for your Simmental division, fall heifer calves that are in the ring. Judge Ryan Dunklau from up by Wayne, Nebraska, evaluating the cattle. Going to leave them just like they brought them in.
Nice pair of them in this class, and very, very different females. And the one I opt to go ahead and lead off with, I think, is just the most flexible in terms of the way her structure is assembled. I think she's more flexible in the way that she uses her spine. I think she's more flexible in the way she reaches out of her front end. She probably gives up a little bit in terms of back shape and power, but I think she makes up for it in her flexibility and the roundness in terms of the way that her body's designed. High-necked, really gets that up there nice. Maybe needs squared up a little bit in terms of her hock, in terms of as she goes away from you, but I think just a really, really nice, complete one to go ahead and lead off this class. Powerful one comes here in second, and this young lady obviously likes some stout. She's brought a few to me today, and they all have power, and I appreciate that about them. This one needs to tie a little better in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She's bold fore-ribbed. She maybe gets a little bit harder in terms of her rib cage, gets a little harder in terms of the center of her back as you set her in motion, but one that's still very, very productive in her look.
Results from Class 752, percentage Simmental Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 3100, EF Victoria 29K, exhibited by Kinsley Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 1268, MS KTS BZ 233K, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 754, percentage Simmental Summer Yearling Heifers.
Going to turn up the heat a little bit here now, Chris.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
May heifer calves, and I'll tell you what, these heifers here are dialed in now. Banish heifer coming to you from Pierce, Nebraska, and Clausen from West Point. I would say they probably showed against each other here quite a bit this summer.
Yeah, that's a very, very high quality female here. This baldy that's just moving out now, and the black heifer too. But you talk about body and substance. That one.
Big top, big square hip, big top.
She is very well presented now. Again, we've talked about the Banish boys before, but I think they could fit cattle with their eyes closed.
Yep, absolutely. Going to leave them just like they are. Benny Shepherd's going to win pretty easily here.
Another high-quality one to go ahead and lead off this class and just wows you with presentation, wows you with the condition she's in. I think as you study her shoulders forward, she's very, very fresh in her appearance and then opens up and bold in terms of her body shape. I actually like the length of her back. I think is very ideal in terms of a breeding scenario, in terms of a lot of different things that you can do with that one in terms of making males, making females, and still keeping them flexible. On the stand when she was over there, I thought she maybe wanted to just bow in her hock just a little bit, and that was probably my biggest concern in terms of what you nitpick on this one, but I actually think as you set her in motion, it probably gets better. One little nitpicky thing on me, you ain't got to change it for me today, it's your cow, but I'd like to see just carve out her udder a little bit and show us a little bit more of what she's got back there. Young lady just kind of runs into a buzzsaw in terms of quality on the top side of this class, but this heifer doesn't lack quality. She gives you a really nice look. She's big-bodied. She's got some power. Need to change her a little bit in terms of the way her hip and tail head's designed. Maybe doesn't have the overall intangibles of that one to go ahead and lead off the class, but still a high-quality individual to go second.
Results from Class 754, percentage Simmental Summer Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 3144, ACMD Neytiri 212K, exhibited by Brenna Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3253, BJF Lucy 717K, exhibited by Gracie Clausen of West Point, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 756, percentage Simmental Spring Yearling Heifers, born in March of 2022.
All right, going to turn up the heat a little bit more. Got a really nice set of these March and April heifers coming in here. It looks like we're going to fill the ring with 2, 4, 6, 7 of them. And I'd say you're going to have to dig a little deeper here if you want to try to get to the top of the class. Really nice set of them here and excellent females. You just see what that last heifer was that wins?
Yeah, she goes. She's out of a bull called Double Up, which is a son of Double Down, which goes back to a little old bull called Executive Order. You might know a little bit about.
There you go. That's right. There you go. Cavanese Deluxe, and still have some style and performance.
Back to a hammer time on the bottom side, so another hammer. So again, some of those bloodlines just kind of keep coming through, kind of like the
There you go.
pedigrees and racehorses.
We're going to try to stay right on schedule at 7 o'clock. They're going to have their prospect jackpot calf, feeder calf, and breeding heifer calf show here at 7 o'clock tonight. I think John Tucker, is getting to sort those tonight. So,
yeah, we're again biased to being Simmental breeders, and kind of we always like those cattle. Nothing better than a baldy female, and these percentage Simmental cattle just get better and better every year we've had them.
right. Yep, exactly. These cattle are so well accepted, percentage-wise. Selling bulls, females, no matter what it is. Percentage females are a great cow maker out there, and then you get into these these guys at the feed yards like to feed these cattle, these percentage Simmental cattle. They yield and they'll grade for you. Just an absolute win-win situation when you use these percentage Simmental cattle.
I get to travel the sand hills a little bit, and often the Simmental word's not mentioned a whole lot. But I'm here to tell you that there are a lot of herds out there now that have a little Simmental influence back them a little bit. Of course, when they market some of those cattle, they call them Angus, I guess, and
Right.
with a little bit of a wink. But I know that there's some very successful Sim Angus programs in the middle and western part of the state that are selling a lot of bulls to a lot of ranchers. So they've really changed since the time that breed was kind of came into the Midwest and late 80s, I guess you would say, middle 80s. They come in and we're kind of a different animal than what we see today.
Right, absolutely. And don't you think, Chris, the younger generation is starting to come along and be involved more and more as our ranchers get older, and the younger generation starting to come in, seeing more things, new things, and tie into programs and trying to utilize all the numbers, CPD wise, all the scan data, and all the genomics that we are working with today. Definitely, all those pieces and parts you have to use anymore today to be successful person in the cow-calf sector.
And like you mentioned, the breed has changed. The calving ease has come into play and is very, very acceptable. In the carcass and the heterosis, we talked about the Hereford and the Black Baldy females out there.
Absolutely.
But I think a percentage bull on a set of black cows making percentage Black Baldy, you can't call them F1s probably correctly, but they would rival anything out there as a cow herd.
Right, yeah, exactly. Well, he's got them sorted down to 5, and I think he's on the verge of pulling another one, the way it might look. Really nice females to look at. We're going to take him for a walk again, see what he's seeing here. You don't want to miss anything.
We're going. Okay.
All right, so we got 96 still out there. Cristo Cattle Company in Albia. And we've got 4302. Bailey Grant still out. 3202. The Bailey Grant still out there. 283. Nicole Nichols. And Dick Hansen still out there. And 626. Journey Reeson. Good set of heifers, good, really powerful set of these females here in this division. The percentage Semitols. We've got 2 more classes after this, and then we'll have a junior champion. Percentage female. Good looking females, big bodied, big stout things, and still have a nice look about them and still look like they're cows.
This is a tough class right here. There are some differences here, but there's 3 individuals out here I feel like that you could use either one of them.
Right, absolutely. Not go wrong. Number 5 is going to be, I think, Nicole Nichols. Yes, it is. Nicole Nichols is number 5.
What to do, judges.
To do.
You can't help noticing the heifer in the lead position up there is, when she sets up like that, the power she has in her hip moving forward and blends it in is just awfully good. And then the second heifer behind her, boy, that one got a lot of high-quality features as well. And the Bronco face females just a lot of capacity. And then this last baldy heifer down here that really squares it up and probably is the show heifer of the bunch, possibly in my mind, but has a lot of body and build and substance.
Sure. up a little bit here and do a little research and see what we're looking at pedigree-wise here. So that heifer in the lead up there is as good as it gets. Let's see what he ended up doing here.
Deep class and a challenging class in my mind. Excuse me. But I think the one that I thought basic build that hit me from the time she hit the ring in terms of when you set them in motion, set them to the park, just hooking things together is this young lady that leads off. I'll be honest, she's not perfect. There's things we change about all of them. And actually, I think the faster she wants to let that one go to lead, the more fluid she looks. She needs squared up a little bit in her hock, maybe needs changed a little bit in her terms of her loin. But as you study her look from the side, the way her shoulder and her body balances out, she's got extra power, she's got extra foot and circumference. And I think she has the added advantage in terms of her length of step, in terms of flexibility of spine, in terms of the way she uses her structure. Young lady that comes next is one that's maybe maybe doesn't have the hair coat that some of these other ones do, but guys, that's just basic good cattle. Would I like to change her in her sternum? Sure. Would I like to change her in terms of her tailhead? Absolutely. But if you study her type, her look, the way she's built in her body shape, the way she uses her structure, I think she's very, very nice in terms of just being a very logical one, in terms of a safe one to go on and make a really, really nice cow. The one that hits me very, very hard from the profile is the young ladies that comes third, dressed to a T, gives you a wild, wild look. As we set them to lead is where I have a little bit more of a trouble with her. I love her condition. She wants to get a little washy in terms of the way that her back is constructed, and gets a little bit short in terms of her step. But her condition, her look, the way her body and her pieces tie together gets her into that spot for me. This one, as she hit the ring, I thought, okay, here we go. And the longer she's out here, the more she wants to deviate in terms of her structure. The more when I start breaking her down, and I don't take this in the wrong way, I just think she's a little past 12 o'clock in terms of her condition. I think she's a little bit chesty. I think she's starting to push some condition as we study her down the center of her body. And all those things hinder her in terms of when we set her to lead. But when you get her parked, love her body shape, love the way she transitions. Maybe just doesn't, for the added condition, doesn't have enough added power, enough flexibility to move her up in this class. Powerhouse one comes here next, and this one is what you see is what you get, and I've said that a few times today. This is just basic good cattle. Maybe she isn't just as complete, but I love her length of body. I love her power. Maybe not as bold in terms of her rib cage. She's got body, don't get me wrong, but she's maybe not just as opened up in terms of the shape to her body, but big feet, big legs, plenty of power. Really, really good cow prospect for that young lady. Young lady that comes next, this one it just needs to change a little bit in terms of the way her spine's designed, in terms of her loin. Maybe needs stoutened up a little bit in terms of her bone work to move up in this class. Just change her in her loin, change her in her body shape, make her flex a little better to move up. Young man rounds out the class with one that's just a very, very productive one in terms of her look. Going to go on and make a really, really nice cow. Just doesn't have the bells and whistles as the ones on the top side of this class.
Results from Class 756, percentage Simmental Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4302, Bonnie, exhibited by Bailey Grant of Weston, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 625, RESN, Miss Percy's Jack, exhibited by Journey Reeson of Hoskins, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 4296, GAC Miss Aurora, exhibited by Christo Cattle of Albion, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 1038, Felt Miss Burning Secret, 79K, exhibited by Nick Hansen of Laurel, Nebraska. Fifth place goes to entry 283, NRN Ladybug, 298K, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska. Sixth place, entry 2878, Bar S Tequila Sunrise, K205, exhibited by Bar S Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. Seventh place, entry 2414, GWT Genesis, K40, exhibited by Carson Borgman of Ulysses, Nebraska.
All right, so folks, we're on the we got two classes. These are February heifers here now coming to you, and really nice set of these big, powerful February heifers. Class 758 percentage Simmental heifers in this class. So there is, I think we're down to 4 instead of 5 in this class. So 4288 Prime Genetics, Guide Rock, Nebraska. They're 4307 Hiley Door from Bloomfield. And 4324 Dorsey from Morris Bluff. I didn't see the last one coming around there.
Cisco heifer would be the last female there.
Cisco.
Yep.
Okay. So we had
Cisco, and looks like the prefix is Zahn.
there
Zahn
you
family.
Go. Yep. There you go. Second. There'll be one there. So looks like Cisco's heifer's going to win it. They'll listen to him.
Nice place to start here, just in terms of just being very, very basic. The nice things together. Maybe doesn't overwhelm you with look or just substance of bone and then the big stuff in terms of framework, but just blends things so well and just ties things together. Just a really nice place to start. Young lady with the Baldy female that comes second. I think this one's better days are ahead of her. I think as the longer she gets a calf in her belly and she starts to expand, I think she can get better and she can move up in this class. I love her look from the park. I think she uses her structure well enough. She's not 100. I won't ever say that, but I do think that one's extra look, extra elegance, extra just good pieces that come together, and that one elevates her to the 2 spot. Young lady that comes next, one that's got some body and got some foot and bone work, just a little different in terms of the way her spine's designed. Maybe doesn't want to just reach out of her front end, but as she gets her to the park, she can give you a really, really nice look. Young lady rounds out the class with the Baldy heifer here, one that needs to get out and go just a little bit nicer off both ends of her skeleton, but one that's got some body, got some power. Pick her up in her pins, make her reach a little bit better to move up in this class, but a very productive one for that young lady to move on down the road and make a nice cow.
We'll have the results here shortly as they walked out in fairly decent speed. Just one heifer left here. We'll listen to our PA announcer.
Results from Class 758, percentage Simmental Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1264, LZF Crush 263K, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4324, exhibited by Oakley Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Third place, entry 4307, Felt Miss Data Breach, exhibited by Hadley Doer of Bloomfield, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 4288, Volk Cow K103, exhibited by Prime Genetics of Guide Rock, Nebraska.
Senior entry here in a senior yearling division, and a very, very high quality one that could dang sure use some competition. Maybe not perfect in terms of her sternum, maybe not just perfect everywhere, but I think a bold-bodied one that ties high in terms of her neck, lays nice in terms of her shoulder, nice in terms of the way her forerib especially blends into the lower side of her body cavity and opens up into her rib cage. Plenty of power. Maybe needs, I'd like to maybe just nitpick on her, in terms of we talked about maybe the way her sternum sits in her. Maybe like to just give her a little more spread in terms of her udder for one that's coming on 2 years of age, but a really, really high quality to win a single entry class here.
Results from Class 760, percentage Simmental Senior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4311, LHT Miss Broker 400J, exhibited by Lauren Charnick of Wymore, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion percentage Simmental female.
All right, this will be an interesting division. There's a lot of good heifers in this division, and we'll see what he gravitates to. And it's going to be pretty interesting. I'll tell you what, these heifers are good. My hat's off. There's, I tell you what, they've got them dialed in. They look excellent, and whoever wins this is going to have very competitive here in the champion drive later on. All right, good set of lineup, and coming in here, 6 really good heifers, class winners.
Well, you talk about a cool little picture right here. You just look at the profile of these females right here, and that is something else now.
Yes, it is, absolutely. Absolutely. Fun to judge these kind. Good looking females, good cattle to sort through. Kids have done a good job.
In the percent semis, and you know, it's a testament in terms of quality from one end of the ring to the other. In terms of what age they are, it doesn't really make a difference. There's high quality cattle in this lineup, and it started with this. I think she was a January heifer calf, I think is what she was. But I love the density to this animal. I like how her neck and her shoulder tie in and open up into her rib cage. But she's just so, you just look, you get off her, and she's just, everything is there. I mean, she is stout. She is dimensional. Just a lot of really, really neat pieces. Maybe not there in terms of maybe the extra stuff in terms of having gone on and into her lifespan and made a bred heifer yet, but there's a very, very good foundation on that one in terms of breeding her on into the future. Young lady comes next here with one that I thought won that class just because she was the flexible one. I liked her in terms of her spine. I liked her in terms of the shape to her body. Maybe gets overwhelmed a little bit in terms of her power, but a high tie on one that gets out and goes relatively easy. We talked in class, maybe they'd like to square her up just a little in her hock as well. And then we got to some heat, and this one come to the ring, and if you're not ringside and you don't gravitate towards good livestock, then we're not looking to the same thing, because this is good livestock, guys. Presentation, pieces and parts, showman. I mean, it's all in one package here, guys. She doesn't give you a bad look. I thought I found something in her that I didn't like, and I set her to the lead, and I liked it. So I think just a really, really unique one that is here at the show, ready to go, and that the young lady's to be commended for that. Got into a trickier class here when we got to this next one. It was a very, very deep class. There was a lot of pieces and parts, and I thought this one elevated just because she did the most things well. I thought she was the one that balanced the best. I thought she hooked up the best, especially as we start studying down their back, the way that she uses her angles. I thought she was the best one in the class, and I think she still is a very, very high quality one as we get her out here. Maybe doesn't have the extra intangibles as another one in this class, but still a very, very high quality individual. Just a very basic one that won the next class in terms of her parts and pieces, in terms of her quality. Doesn't overwhelm you anywhere, but doesn't do anything really, really wrong either. Just very, very basic in terms of her structure, in terms of her body, got enough muscle. Maybe you have to stouten her up in terms of her bone work to maybe move her up in this lineup, but a very, very nice one to go on and make a nice female for that young man. Young lady rounded out with a senior yearling that's ready. I mean, she's done that. She's gone through the whole thing, and she's getting ready to go into production, and she is very, very high quality. I like her body shape. I like her extra substance of foot and bone. Maybe doesn't get out and flex as well as some of the ones in this lineup. Maybe doesn't have the extra wild look that some other ones do, but still one that's very, very high quality in her own right. So go ahead and put your hands together. I think there's one that's pretty logical in my mind, and then we'll get your reserve, but very, very competitive division.
Well, I think we know where we're going here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Going to the Benny Shepherd, awfully good female there. Black baldy, beautiful female. He's the winner there. His kind and anybody's kind is when they get them that good.
Well, you talk about a baby doll head.
Yeah.
Nice clean front end of there. Deep chested but clean. Got some flex, some top, some body. And they put a lot of work into that female.
Yeah. All right, going to use the heifer, I think, there from Albion. There'll be reserve. It should be
Christo.
Yep. All right, very good.
Your champion percentage sends all female, goes entry 3144.
Again, that Banish female is the double up, double down deal.
Yep. Very nice female. Congratulations, those young people on that. All right, now we're going into another new division, and it should be the other purebred cattle. So these are ones that didn't fit into a breed. So B1 and B2, 4.
It must have been some kind of a stipulation if there wasn't enough in the breed that they had to
Must have
push
been.
them together here, because I recognize some of these and
Right.
see some Charolais and
800 is the class. Looks like there's 2 heifer calves in this class. Should be a January and a late March. Shorthorn heifer and a Charolais heifer, the way it looks. Or maybe another Shorthorn. Registered other purebred females. All right, folks, we're on this first class. 800 is the class of these other purebred females. Looks like we have 2 shorthorn heifers. It appears that we do in this class. 1 January and 1, we're going to just go ahead and listen to Ryan on this class.
We get into our purebred AOBs, and the young lady with the Charolais is going to go ahead and win this class. And I just like her long term. I think I like the angle to her better. I like, as you study her angles in terms of her shoulder and the way her spine works, the way her hips designed, all the way to the ground. I think she has an added advantage. Is she green? Absolutely. Do we want to open her up and make her a little more dimensional? Absolutely. But I like the fundamental pieces to that one to go ahead and win this class. Young man comes next with a January heifer calf, and one that offers us some body and some stifle and some bone. Just needs to change her a little bit in terms of the angle to her shoulder, maybe relax her a little bit in terms of her spine and as she goes. But really, really nice one to go ahead and go second in that class.
Results from Class 800. Other purebred junior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 4289, DLB Luna 010, exhibited by Dylan Borg of Concord, Nebraska. And second place, entry 3500, TCC Myrtle Bow 005. Now we have Class 804. These are other purebred summer yearling heifers born May 1st, August 31st of 2022.
All right, on to Class 804, and we've got a May and a June heifer calf, and it looks to me like we've seen one of these here earlier today. We got a Shorthorn and a Charolais coming to you, and should have 2 of them here, and then we're going to be on to Class 806 will be all March and April females. Won't take just a real long time here on these, I don't think, but nice set of them. These juniors are doing a great job, and real tribute to the families, their hard work, and continue to come out and show a good set of these cattle. Well, listen to Ryan on his comments here.
Nice place to start here in this class with our red shorthorn female dead in front of me here, and just a really an elegant one in terms of the way she's designed her head and her neck, and it fits her body. Is she the longest and most extended up there? No, but she's smooth, she's proportional. I think she has an added advantage in terms of her power as we study the squareness of her back out through her hip. I think she has an added advantage in terms of her flexibility as we set them to the lead. Well, the Charolais heifer that comes here in second, a big-bodied one that's got some power, just gets a little bit lower in terms of the way her neck sits on her, maybe a little plainer in terms of the way her front end's designed. And as we set her to lead, she needs to get out and reach and cover her track just a little bit better, but a very powerful one in terms of her body shape to go ahead and be second in that class.
Results from Class 804, other purebred summer yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 2688, BRUS Ripon Mirage 12K, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 4298, BCR HMC Miss Paramount 287 polled, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we will have Class 806, other purebred spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2022.
All right, this will be an interesting class here, Chris. We got a big Charolais heifer that we seen earlier today. We got the reserve champion Red Angus heifer we seen earlier today. And then we got another big black heifer. Ruda's got a big stout black heifer in there. Seen the other Red Angus heifer earlier today, another Charolais heifer.
And a shorthorn.
And a really cool looking shorthorn. So
Shorthorn plus, I guess they call that some of the. Well, this is purebred though. Should be purebred.
Yep, purebred. He had some size and some differences. Still some really good made heifers. Just a matter of what you can, what you want to take size wise, and cow looking and good looking. And
looks like maybe they might be thinking about holding off on that jackpot show until they finalize this stuff, possibly. I'm not sure.
Could be. Sure could be.
Got a little bit to go here.
Excellent set of these big heifers here in this class. These are March heifers and one April. So we're going to get them on the walk and take a look at them.
I will compliment all the breeders today. Everything we've seen has been very well fed. I mean, they are just right. Not too many of them overdone. Haven't seen a lot of it that needed a lot more flesh. They just been handled and managed very well, and that's not an easy task.
Right, absolutely. Yep. Good looking shorthorn heifer on the end of the string there going around.
Everybody loves a roan.
Yep. Folks can see on the screen at home an excellent set of these other registered purebred heifers. Charolais, Red Angus. I imagine the Ruda heifer, I don't know what she would be right off the top of my head.
It looks like with her numbers there that she's probably I'll Google her quick, but I think she's probably a Simmental percentage female, or could have been a purebred, or.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
She's got a reg number. Well, I'd say that'd be probably a main number.
That might be right.
I think that's a main number.
Yeah, it's not got enough digits. It needs one more digit in there.
Yeah. Got them sorted down to 4: Shorthorn, Maine, Red Angus, Charolais. Big, powerful Charolais heifer in the front of the class there. Really nice red Angus heifer, a little more moderate, but really made nice, super sound, big-footed, good female.
I guess in my mind, my question is, we're not squaring any of these off when we're all done tonight. We're not squaring any of these heifers off for an overall Supreme, but I guess you would say.
Oh, we are, aren't we?
I don't know. I was
so.
looking for that division, and I just don't see it. So I don't know. That's a question I wish I had somebody out here to answer for us, because
I'm pretty sure we are. Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
CB. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'll text our trusty announcer over there and see what he says.
There we go. Yeah, would like to know. Hopefully they are. Go through all this work, we surely would want a Supreme, wouldn't we?
We will pick a top 5, it says.
There we go.
Somebody sent me a text. Thank you
Perfect.
for sending that.
Perfect. Somebody's listening.
Yeah, there's one. There's one.
Look like the upstairs bar is getting a little more activity.
Yeah, we talked again about when they built this, and I remember asking Van Neidig, I said, wow, what a great venue that could be, and it has been, because it was just going to be a storage.
Right.
It was just going to be filled in
Sure.
and just storage, and now it's kind of the VIP area, you might say. We've had a few cattle auctions up there in the past few years.
I think a red one that I think she hits me awfully hard in terms of for her breed, in terms of just basic pieces and parts, in terms of her quality of look, her quality in terms of the way her structure is designed. I think when you start studying cattle from the ground up, her foundation at the ground is elite, I think, in terms of this lineup. I love her foot shape, and for that breed, her foot is very, very desirable, I think. The more I'm around those Red Angus cattle, I think that when you start there and when we start working them up like this one, it's hard to put a foot like that on one, and it's hard to build bone work and density like that. Very, very unique in terms of the way that one uses her structure. Very, very dense in terms of the way she comes to us. Maybe I'd like to just modify her and maybe elevate her just a little bit, but that's me being a little nitpicky, and your breeding program dictates to you how you want to breed cattle. That's not my job. Young man here at the Shorthorn, I think a very, very good one for her breed in terms of her look, in terms of her kind. I think she's big backed. I'd like to open her up a little bit in terms of the shape to her body, open her up and drop her down just a little bit in terms of the center part of her body from the profile, but one that gives you a striking look, got plenty of power, got plenty of foot. Lay her back just a little bit in her knee, maybe shape her just a little bit better in her body to move over that red one that goes ahead and leads off the class. A dang nice one in terms of a higher percentage main female that comes next here. You love her look from the side. You love her body. You love her added power. Set her in motion. She wants to duck her pins. She wants to get outside of her skeleton ever so slightly. Change that about her. Maybe we can move her up a spot. But a very, very nice one in terms of a main female. Young man that comes next with a Charolais, just cow written all over in terms of this white one. I love her body. I love her power. I love her foot. She gets a little bit different when we set her to lead. She wants to come a little low out of her neck, not just hold her spine near as nice, and come up just a little bit short in terms of her step. Young lady that comes next there with the Charolais, just a really, really basic one in terms of her build. Got body, got power, doesn't overwhelm us in terms of look, doesn't overwhelm us in terms of the way she uses her structure, but still a very productive one in her kind. Young man that rounds out the class here with this red female, one that is going to make a nice cow in terms of being low input kind of a female in terms of moderate. Should be easy fleshing, just doesn't use her hind leg near good enough to move up in this class, doesn't probably have enough performance in terms of the ones above her to move up for me.
Results from Class 806, other purebred spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 4309, LHT Miss Parabellum 98K, exhibited by Lauren Trowernick of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2692, DJS Rose High 225, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Third place, entry 4294, CARL Varsity 18K, exhibited by Ruta Cattle of Ames, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 1517, Jets Miss Marty, exhibited by Beamer Cattle Company of Hoskins, Nebraska. Fifth place goes to entry 4290, DLB Cora 203, exhibited by Dylan Borg of Concord, Nebraska. And sixth place goes to entry 4305, Casey, exhibited by Dylan Shutt of Randolph, Nebraska. Coming in the ring, they're purebred junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2022.
All right, Chris, we liked that Red Angus heifer earlier today. I mean, hey, we was commented about how sound, how big-footed, structured so good, and I'm glad that he found that in that female, because that in there has got good, and I'd like to make her a touch bigger too. But
Yep.
when
She
she's
is
constructed
moderate.
when she's so, I mean, you can breed bulls to her now.
Yep.
And make them bigger.
Yeah, she's put together really, really well. Moderate in her size, I would give her that. But, we've seen some awfully good-sized heifers out here today, too. There's
Right.
nothing
Yep.
that I would consider to be that moderate in today's world. But really spot on, really, too.
Right, absolutely. Yep.
It's nice to see some of these heifers getting bigger. We have seen that on some of these heifers today.
Right. Didn't take long in this class to use the Red Angus heifer to win this class.
Well, even the way they came in, and just a really, really nice one in terms of basic pieces and parts. And I know I've talked about that all day, but that's what it comes down to, guys, is just putting cattle together with as big a pieces as you can and getting them to blend as well as they do. And this one's a very, very good describer of that in my mind. I think, she's really good when you set her to the park, but I think she's even better when you set her in motion in terms of the way she handles her neck, shoulder, the height of her head, and then the way she maintains her spine and her hip and all the way to the ground. Still plenty of substance to that one. Maybe refine her a little bit in her teat size if you want me to get critical on her. Young lady that comes next with the red and white one, one that gives us a load of power in terms of back shape, in terms of stifle and bone work. Maybe gets a little lower in terms of the way her pin set, gets a little pushed down in terms of her sternum. Probably doesn't open up as big and bold in terms of her rib cage, but a powerful one to go ahead and go second in that class.
Results from Class 808, other purebred junior yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 4322, exhibited by Hartman Cattle Company of Tecumseh, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 3494, CCF Lucy's Okie Girl C05K, exhibited by Aubrey Jensen of Pierce, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion, other purebred female.
All right, this will be interesting, Chris, to see how he shakes through these, and got some size and some difference, but man, a nice set of heifers to look at, and I'll tell you what, it'll be interesting to see where he ends up here on this division.
I believe we have, three breeds represented here?
Charolais, Shorthorn, Red Angus.
Shorthorn female is really well balanced, big, long hip on her.
Yep. Got the super sound Red Angus in the third class. A little more moderate heifer, but a good-looking female. Got a nice set of cattle. Very nice. Congratulations to these young people. Just a real good set of cattle here tonight. Doing a great job, and hats off to them. These guys have got them dialed in back at the chutes. They've done a hell of a job here today and tonight, and making these things look tremendous here tonight. And we're going to listen to our judge on his comments on this division.
we get out for a champion high percentage AOB. Started out with a calf that just we used her in that class because her angles read as true as one in that class in terms of the shape to her shoulder, the angle to her shoulder, the way she used her spine and hip and hind leg. Still very juvenile, still very green in terms of her condition, but one that I think as you progress her on down the road, put pounds on her, she might turn out to be a really nice project. Shorthorn heifer that comes out of the second class, just a very bold one in terms of being big backed, opened up in terms of rib cage, maybe a little square as we've tapered down into the bottom side of her cage, but one that offers us power, dimension, extra substance to go ahead and win that class. Young lady come out of this next class, and this was a nice pair of heifers, and I just like the balance of this one. Is she the most elevated in terms of her frame size? No, she's not, but it doesn't matter, guys. Good cattle are good cattle. As we get her back out here, maybe she is not on the lead. I think she wants to pick her head up and maybe use it a little bit better, but on the stand, she probably doesn't just elevate as high out of the top side of her shoulder as maybe in another one that's out here, but one that I love the condition, love the boldness, love the extra substance as we study him from the ground up in that female. Young lady that comes out of this last class, just a very, very elegant one, I guess is how I describe it. I love her head. I love the way she transitions back into her neck and shoulder and forerib, opens up in a big body cavity, and then as we set them to lead, high as she handles that thing dead level in terms of the way she handles her spine. Got plenty enough in terms of her bone work and foot. Is there one that probably rivals her? Yes. Would I like to refine her a little bit in terms of her udder? Absolutely. But a really, really good lineup. I think it comes down to a pair of them in my opinion, but I'll go out here and get you a couple of champions. Go ahead and put your hands together for these exhibitors.
All right, very good. Champion Red Angus heifer from today, and he's going to go right up there and use the reserve Red Angus from today. Two really good females, Hartman Cattle Company and Trarnick Cattle Company, or Trarnick Semitoles. Very good females. Congratulations to them young people. Excellent set of females, and really good females to end up winning that division. Now we're going to go on to our next division, ACB. I'm assuming this is other
AOB, I guess, is what they would put it. But
AOB, other registered females. It doesn't need to be a high percentage. It'll be a little more low percentage. It looks like we're going to have two in the first class. There's not many of these, and so we'll see how they all shake out here. All right, so we're on class 850, and this is, I'm assuming.
This would be the Thompson boy, I would believe.
I would think so.
Yep.
Just got one. We're going to listen to him.
If I was a studying man, I'd compare this one to a judging team coach, but we'll just go ahead and describe her today. So a really, really nice single entry here in terms of a heifer calf that comes here in this commercials, I think is what they announced, but one that gives you a look, gives you some body, maybe not just pulled down in terms of the center part, maybe doesn't just wow you in terms of the way she expands in terms of her rib cage, but extra substance of foot, bone as you work up into her hip. Just a really, really nice, basic, kind of good breeding piece for that young man to go out and make a nice project here.
Results from Class 850 and your OCB Junior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 4173, named Roan, exhibited by Gage Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have Class 854 OCB Summer Yearling Heifers, born May 1st, August 31st of 2022.
All right, according to what I see here, Chris, we've got three heifers in this class. They are all May heifers in this class. So looks like two cream-colored ones, one solid black one coming to you. Looks like some nice females.
Yeah, I'm a little biased here. My youngest daughter's showing in this class.
I see
here,
that.
The black heifer.
There you go.
Yeah, she got a heifer from Felt Farms there. She's exhibiting, and
Percentage Sammy.
Yep.
Percentage Sammy. There you go. Cool looking one. All right. All right, just three heifers in this class. They're May heifers, and nice set of heifers here coming, and just an excellent look here and stuff. So I think Chrissy's going to tell your daughter just to go straight to the front of the line.
There you go. She's going to be pretty pleased about that.
It'll be good. We'll listen to Ryan here on this class.
Nice one to go ahead and lead off this the maze here in our commercial side, and one that's not going to overwhelm you with power, but I think her genuineness of her look and maternal look in terms of you study her head to her shoulder into her body cavity. Got a really nice running gear under her. Everything stays proportional and level as you set her to the lead. Just a really good one just in terms of her basic build to go ahead and win this class. If you want to talk about foot and bone and power, this one's got it. She's got feet. I mean, they're country looking. They're big. And this one's got back. She's got, as you progress back in her skeleton, she's big hipped. Maybe not as soft in terms of her body shape. Maybe not as maternal in terms of her look, but one that offers us plenty of power and plenty of substance to go ahead and be second. Young man that comes third with this gold one, one that maybe doesn't just tie as well together. It doesn't hook everything up. Maybe gets a little bit more deviated in terms of getting up in the middle of her spine. Maybe doesn't have the bone work working underneath of her, the structural integrity that the ones on the top side of the class have, but a very productive one in terms of body shape and having some muscle.
All right, our public announcer is busy talking, so we're going to go on there. And Barrett Butler was the winner of that class with a percentage Simmental heifer. Now we're going into the last class of the day here on these junior breeding heifers. And we're going to go in here to, these are March heifer calves coming at us here. And I'll tell you what, a nice set of them here. Looks like it's on its way in. So
I believe that's colored up female over there is one that we discussed across the ring here earlier today, I think.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yep. I'd say you turned up the heat a little bit here. A little more power, a little more aggressiveness here in this set of them. All right, folks, we're on our last class of the junior breeding heifer show here today, and tonight I should say. Excellent set of these females coming to you. And I'll tell you what, if you like them fancy, you like them stout, you like them burly, right here they are in this class. John Dunklau, been your judge here today or tonight, this afternoon on these junior breeding heifers, and excellent set of them. And, my hat's off to the families that have worked hard, stayed with it here today, warmed up a little bit more out there in the barn, but it'll cool down here tonight, and we'll be ready to roll again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But we've got a little bit of business left. We're going to pick a top 5. So anyway, nice set here. Excellent set of them, actually. Come on back, girl. Don't go clear that way. There you go. Come on back and get them led down the center here, at least.
This is an interesting class. I mean, there's some high quality right here.
There'll be lots of quality here in this class.
The silver female right here is just a very pretty type female.
Yep. Speckled legged heifers, cool looking. Got a lot of dimension to her.
This limousine heifer here, I believe, is the 4213 from the J6 program. I think she did some winning this week. That female did.
That's a Lemflex.
I believe it is.
Is that
Yep.
right?
Yep.
That's a damn good Lemflex. Wow. That's a very cool Lemflex. All right, so if you can see on your screen, this is a nice set of females, depending on what you want, what you like in a breeding female, and still keep them cool, still keep them cow looking, stuff like that.
The peach colored female out there, the yellow, whatever one you would call her, that is a smooth made female right there for as big as she is and stout as she is. Like they say, you don't need hair when they're that good.
There you go. So that Lemflex heifer, would she have been at the Junior National this summer? Do you know?
I'd have to do a little research on her. I just saw it on a post the other day, and I'll look at that.
I can't help to think that she'd be awfully good. Where did we end up here yet? I haven't seen what he did here. I guess he did use her, didn't he? I can see why. That's a really good one.
They're very high quality, and with that being said, I think there's one in my mind that just excels the class in terms of look, in terms of balance. And then as you set them into the lead, they're hard to build cattle that work angles like this, guys, cover country like this, and still have that kind of bold body shape, still open up in their back like she does, carry it well. In terms of hip, hind leg, hock design, soft and elegant in terms of the way she uses it. Very, very high quality one there to go ahead and lead off this class. Young lady that comes second, this is a very, very good one, and I think she's good in a different way than what the one wins the class. I think she is so much different in terms of, you study this one, she's probably a little stouter in terms of her build. She's probably a little stouter in terms of her bone work, and that also leads maybe that she's not as flexible. Maybe her angles don't work just quite as soft as maybe the one that goes and leads out the class, but a very elegant one in terms of her look, a very balanced one in terms of her build to go ahead and be second in a very, very good class. Not a bad one from top to bottom in this class, guys, and I'll be the first to. This pair's switched. You're next, babe. You come next, okay? Silver one that comes here in third. Go ahead and bring her around. Just a very, very good one in terms of basic pieces. I love the way that she balances up. She's maybe a little more elevated, maybe a little bit harder in terms of her body type in comparison to the ones on the top side. But I think as you start studying them in terms of the way that she uses her angles, uses her structure, gets out and goes, and still is a very, very fresh package, I think she's a logical place for me. Very, very cowy one comes here next in terms of her body shape, in terms of the way she uses everything. It maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles in terms of look, in terms of the way she lays power all the way to the ground. Not that she's small-footed or big-legged. She just doesn't use her power the same way as those ones do on the top side of the class. Free her up a little bit in her structure. Maybe she can move up a spot in this class. Black one that comes next over here, young lady. One that's just very, very nice in terms of, I like her moderation. I like her easy fleshing look. I think that one goes on into production as one that makes a really productive cow in terms of low input kind of stuff that will still make power, still make body and substance. Young man rounds out the class, and this thing is big-footed, big-legged. Need to change her a little bit in terms of the way her foot's shaped. She's got a little hook to her front toe. Gets a little low in terms of the way her pins are designed. It gets a little harder and flatter in terms of the way that her rib cage is designed. But a big-legged, stout-built one in terms of her structure to go ahead and round out this class.
All right, Chris, I can see why that one was reserved supreme at the 4-H deal here last weekend. Good grief, that one lights out good for a Lemflex. And
comes from the J6 program right down the road here.
Right, yep. That's them kind are fun. They're good. They're good functional cattle and stuff like that. So Really good lineup here in this division. This will be our low percentage of registered other breed females. And you take a look here as you watch out there, and then you'll appreciate good cattle. Really, really good individuals here. And we get started our jackpot feeder cap show on the other side. Don Tucker will be sorting those cattle over there. So
Our program, or Limplex cattle.
On in her life. Young lady that won that next class, she won that because she was the balanced one. She was the one that I thought put the things together the best. She's the smoothest in terms of her build. As she gets back out here, does she have the power that some on the other, out of another class have? No, she probably doesn't. Does she need tidied up a little bit in terms of her sternum compared to the amount of muscle that she lays on her skeleton? Yeah, she probably does, but that's still a very, very good one in terms of just basic build and quality of putting pieces together. And then we got into a class with two that I thought were very, very elite guys in terms of their build, in terms of their look, and there's one in terms of their look, and there's one, with that being said, that I thought she just blew me away in terms of her quality. To make one that's that high tying, that square when you set them in the lead, and then use their hip hind leg and still have body shape and density that one has, I think it's just really, really logical. I'll go get you these two out of this division, but a very, very good lineup, and a one that I think is very, very elite in terms of winning this division. Put your hands together for these exhibitors.
well, it just goes to show there, Chris. That's lights out good. I don't care. That's good on good. He keeps them heifers together in that division. 43-13. The Spencer, Ben Spencer, is the champion in that division. Nicole Nichols there, reserve. Two really good heifers. This will be fun. Let's see our overall drive here now. And I'll tell you what, you get them that good, it's fun. As a judge to sort them, it's fun for us to sit up here and watch them. It's fun for us to let you know how good they are, and that's good on good. I don't care who you are, what kind of a cattle breeder you are. Like I said twice today, Chris, I don't care what color they are. When they're that good, they're good.
Yeah, it really showed there.
I think we've seen some good females today, but that one there, that kind of gets my gears going.
Of course, the limousine breed's pretty popular in your state. The Wolf family has
Yep.
an operation in
Yep.
Minnesota as well as Nebraska. And
Right. Yep.
sells a lot of bulls.
Yep.
They've also been very instrumental of putting the limousine genetics into the beef on dairy programs.
Right.
And they've really seen it
Absolutely. Absolutely.
which is I don't know when it kind of started overall. It's been going on for a while, of course, but I'd say the last 5 to 7 years is when we really saw the impact of some of these bull sales I attend and go to and see this beef on dairy with these high quality carcass cattle.
Sure.
It has changed the industry and for the best. We have to feed the world and we have to have protein, and to be able to utilize the sciences and everything and take the dairy cattle and produce a high quality beef product. I mean, it's something else. I had the fortunate of eating in Denver at the Capitol Steakhouse, and that is a beef on dairy steakhouse. And the chef actually took us in the back, showed us the cuts of meat, showed us how they cooked them in.
Cool.
And it was as good a steak as you can have.
Right. Yep. Well, that's good. All right, folks. I think we should be ready to roll here on our junior cattle. For our junior breeding heifer champion, we're going to select a top 5 in this division. Our judge, Ryan Dunklau from Wayne, has done a nice job. He explained where he was wanting to go, what he was wanting to do with these cattle, and nice job on his part. And excellent set of females, juniors. Lots of hard work here tonight and getting these females all pulled together in this division. So I think we're ready to roll. Hopefully we are. I don't know what we're waiting for here. Looks like they got them all lined up out there.
So it looks like in our Angus division that started off the day with we had the Gateway that won that program that part there.
Right. Yep.
In our balancer, we had Brenly Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska in the balancer division winning that. Let's see, as we went into the Hereford division, Cooper Lindstrom had that really striking
Big, good-looking
yes,
heifer.
Hereford female.
Yep.
In the maintainers, did you write the maintainer down? The maintainer down was Wells, I believe, right?
Yes, let me look here again just to be on the safe side, but I believe it was. It was, no, here, right here.
Oh, Yellowneck. Yeah, yes,
Yep,
yes.
Yellowneck. We'll listen to our PA announcer, and he'll be able to
262,
tell us.
exhibited by Briley Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. The balancer will be here shortly. We're saving a spot for her. It is entry 1143, Miss 308/236K, exhibited by Brenly Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. There she is. She's in the ring. Representing the Hereford breed, your champion Hereford was 4017 LAR Mildred 225 ET, exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Representing the maintainer breed, entry 979 BML Nikki 224K, exhibited by Oakley Jelinek of Osceola, Nebraska. Representing the purebred Simmental breed is entry 1863 LKCC Miss Chili Pepper 124K, exhibited by Kobe Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Representing the percentage Simmental is entry 3144 ACMD Neytiri 212K, exhibited by Brianna Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. And your champion other purebred, entry 4322, exhibited by Hartman Cattle Company of Tecumseh, Nebraska. And finally, our other commercial breeding female, or your champion from that, is entry 4213 J6 Caitlin 685K ET, exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And that will be our Supreme Champion lineup in our Junior Supreme Beef Show here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, Chris, excellent lineup, excellent lineup representing these breeds and stuff like that. And I tell you, my hat's off to them. I congratulate these people. They've worked hard here today. And to pull these heifers back together at night like this is just tremendous. And I'll tell you what, there's some cool-looking heifers and still make good cows. There's some really functional females out there that's got some rib, big foot, and good-looking. And I'll tell you what, when you get into a set of females like that, it's fun for him to judge, fun for us to look at. It's fun for us to tell you how good they are. And excellent set of these females. So congratulations to them. The show barn flicks, my first time working with these ladies and doing a great job. Thank you, ladies, for working your heart out here today and doing a good job. So excellent presentation here, and what a set of females. If you just join us, we are on the final drive here of your junior breeding females here at the Nebraska State Fair. They on the other ring, they got your feeder calf jackpot show started here tonight. John Tucker is sorting those cattle over there. Excellent set of females here, and Ryan Dunkau from Wayne, Nebraska has been your judge. I want to thank Nebraska State Fair for asking you and I, Chris, to come in here today, and I've enjoyed today with you. We get to work together a lot on sales, and tell you what, it's always kind of fun to be do a different gig.
Yeah, it is. It's no pressure on us today. We just get to have some fun and talk a lot. But, Ben, you talk about a great lineup out here. Just the balance and the type and the power, the femininity, the look, just an extremely high-quality female. You know, us cattle people, you know, you win the lottery or something, and some people want to buy certain things, houses, boats, whatever there is. You know, if you won the lottery and you could buy all these females, that's probably what us cattle people would
And that's
do.
something. You back up the trailer and let's load them up.
Yeah.
We'll take them home.
You know, it's just there's just not a bad one out here.
Right. Yep. We're going to listen to John on the other side first to give some reasons on that first set of those, I think, first calf class of those feeder heifers, and then we'll get back here. Ryan, I think, was ready to give some comments about this lineup, and excellent set. Congratulations to all these people and their families and hard work, and looking forward to tomorrow. Chris, I know you're not going to be with me, but looking forward to the Semitol show, and I think the Piedmontese is after the Semitol show. But tell me why we got time. A little bit to Piedmontese deal, the restaurant we were talking about at noon in Lincoln.
Yeah, so the Piedmontese, it's actually has started a Piedmontese Beef Corporation in Lincoln, Nebraska. They bring in the swinging halves there. Most of the cattle are half-blood genetics. The Piedmontese cattle are known for their muscle. They actually carry the double muscle gene in a recessive basis. But the meat is very high quality, so there's a meat outlet there in Lincoln, a processing facility where the halves come in swinging on the truck, and then they process them, cut them up in a butcher shop there. There's 2 butcher shops in Lincoln and 1 in Omaha now. But the Piedmontese operation took off in Broken Bow, Nebraska, when it purchased the old Summit Crest operation.
Sure.
And that, of course, would have been the Johnson family, and Sam Johnson would have been one of the guys that, because I got to interview him one time, actually started the CAB program on a napkin in a restaurant in Denver, Colorado.
Wow.
They said, we need to do this, and I got to interview with him. He was a great gentleman, and like I said, the Piedmontese program purchased that operation after that program dispersed headquarters, but they've been very progressive on taking these Piedmontese bulls and putting them on commercial cows, Angus cows.
If I remember right, listening to a lot of things about the Piedmontese thing, that thing is a tenderness. The meat is tender, and they DNA a lot of those cattle for the tenderness gene.
Yes. It's a lot like the Wagyu program in the sense of how they select them. I've been able to witness some of the large Piedmontese bulls, and they are something to see.
Sure. All right, here we're going to listen to Ryan.
That applause going for these kids in the ring over here. I was sitting in my payloader feeding cows, and I don't remember what month it was, and Tony called and asked, would you like to come judge this show? And we've showed it this a bunch, guys. We have young kids, and this is what we do for a living as well. And I looked at myself, and I'm like, my kids are going to be mad at me, but I'm like, hey, this is one way that I don't have to, don't take it wrong, I don't have to bring my kids in stock, and they can stay home at school, and I can come down here and have a little fun for myself for once and get out here and get a sort my peers' children in terms of people that are our competition, but people that are our friends. Because, guys, there is not many people that have come through this ring that I don't know. I respect all of them. I give you my honest opinion as I stand out here. I look at the cattle and I describe them the best of my ability. If you agree with me, fine. If you don't, anybody that knows me, I don't really care. I'm going to give you my honest opinion. I'm going to break them down. I think that when they asked me, I thought, man, this is going to be fun, but I had no idea the quality of cattle that would come to this show and come to this ring today, guys. I've gone to a lot of shows, and I've been to a lot of shows even in this year, and they will have a hard time rivaling this top 5 that's going to take place here tonight. So take your hats off to yourself, give yourselves a pat on the back, because this is very, very impressive. This state has given me so much in terms of a place where I grew up and a place that I raised my family, and I am so blessed to live in a state where ag and where the livestock industry is as prevalent as it is. We are blessed, guys. And then with that being said, we need to think about it a little bit in terms of what we do with our children. And we need these kids to be advocates for what we do and what we do for a living on a day-to-day basis, because there is nothing that speaks louder than actions in this world. I don't care what anybody says. You lay the politics aside. Actions always speak louder than words. And we are raising children in this show ring right now that will be the leaders of our country and our state. So these kids are bought into what they're doing. They are very, very dedicated to what they're doing, and that will translate as they go on into their life, and we put them into society and make them a functioning part of what agriculture has to be in this state. So as I come out here and I sort these cattle, I don't take it lightly. I don't take it lightly with the kids. I don't take it lightly with the cattle. I'm very, very impressed with what I've seen today. I got to thank a couple people. I got to thank the State Fair for asking me, Tony for asking me, Amy for setting everything up, and Vaughn, a longtime friend and actually a college roommate, known him a long, long time. It's just so much fun to come down here with your peers and get asked to do something like this. And then I wouldn't be fair to myself if I didn't thank my family for staying home and doing the things that we have to do to make a living, the things that we do that drive the wheels and drive the horse there. So I'm very, very blessed to have a wife and kids and help that are there on a daily basis and pretty much allow me to go, well, they'd use a different words, but I go mess around a little bit and I do some cattle stuff. So I'm very, very humbled to be a part of this. This top 5 is going to be killer, guys. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm very, very impressed with it. Let's give them another round of applause, and I'm going to get you a top 5. Great set of cattle, great set of kids.
All right, very well said, and just a great set of heifers. And he's going to use the Lemflex. Going to use the Lemflex. That's a good one. I don't care what anybody says. Lemflex is that one there is lights out good.
Your supreme overall comes from the other commercial breeds. Entry 42.
Purebred Semitol. No, percentage Semitol.
Yep, percentage Semitol is going to get second.
Percentage Semitol. Banish family.
They're pulling in the reserves to those respective divisions right now, too, as we go. And they might get a piece of that. We'll never know here. We'll see.
Going to use the Hartman female, the Red Angus female. Hartman Cattle Company, 3rd overall. Maintainer, going to be 4th overall.
And Dunklow's doing an excellent job today. He's taking his time on this and letting the seconds pull in, and very respective to do that.
Yep, very respective to let these kids do this.
I think he might venture all the way down. We'll see. I might have a hunch on this, but I think he might venture all the way down.
Grab that Angus heifer.
I think that's what I have in my mind, but we'll see here.
He's going to come back and do something else.
I think he's probably at the point now where it's a hard choice probably at the 5th pot.
Right, yeah.
Taking his time, looking things over. You know, of course, there's a lot of differences in breed out here, but there's not a lot of differences in quality. I mean, they are.
All these heifers have got body.
Yep.
They got their sound. They're big-footed, you know. I mean, he's done a great job that way, sorting through them. I think you're right, Chris. I think he's going to run back down there.
The soundness
No, he's not. He's going to pick up this maintainer of Tronics.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll be darned. Well, congratulations to all these people. Show Barn Flicks, thank you for all your, you know, Chris, thanks for being with me today.
Yeah, it was fun.
I appreciate it. It was fun. And, folks, we'll see you around sales this fall and then this year. So if you got any questions, be sure to look us up. Log on tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. I think it's other breeds first on one ring, and then the Semitols get on. I think we've got Herefords and Shorthorns in another ring tomorrow. So thanks everyone for viewing your show here today.
placings from Class 4 in your Prospect Heifer Show. First place goes to LZ Farms. Second place to Doug Satry. Third place to Garrett Long. Fourth place to Benish Cattle Company. Fifth place to Chris Hansen. Sixth place to Frenzen Cattle. Seventh place to Cornelius Family Farm. Calls. Coming in the ring now, we will have Class 5. Engine weight to in the south side of the arena, we'll be starting. There are no age divisions. They are all. We will gate. The top for chip.
we get into our first heat of showmanship here. The 4 individuals over here that I pulled, they're going to come back for our finals. But I talked to each and every one of these they needed to work on a little bit and stuff of that nature. So let's go ahead and put our hands together for the ones that are coming back and the ones that didn't make it as well. We'll get
Results from Class 5 in your Prospect Heifer Show. First place goes to Dibdall Charlet. Second place to Shoals Cattle. Third to Lauren Trowernick. Fourth to Curtis Wolf and Schultz Cattle. Fifth to Garrett Long. Sixth to Bryce White. In the ring now on the north side of the arena, we have Class 6, and these heifers range in weight from 674 pounds to 736 pounds. On the south side of the arena, we have our second heat of showmanship in the ring right now. They brought back 4 from the first cut, and we'll be selecting another group to be called back to compete for Supreme showmanship in your junior breeding cattle show.
As we get back out here, we're going to keep 3 out of this class, and I think, you know, I went as the last one. I'm not going to tell you what I'm looking for. It kind of gives it away, I think. So we talked to the ones that what we needed to work on a little bit. We'll ask these 3 to come back for a final, but let's put our hands together. Nice group of junior, or all together showmen, I guess, from junior to senior.
Placings from Class 6 in your Prospect Heifer Show. First place goes to second place to LZ Farms. Third to Emily. Coming in the arena on your north side now in your Prospect Heifer. Two. From the last class, we'll bring one calf back. Ryan Brenner will bring his calf back. Please start lining up your callbacks at the side of the arena. We'll be ready to bring them in here and compete for your champion Prospect Heifer.
They told me I only got to pick two, so I probably took too many from the other classes, so I only took two in this one. But a really, really nice group of young showmen out here, young to old as well. So let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll get on into our next heat here. Another nice group here of showmanship in this heat, and we're going to bring these two that I pulled over here back. But a really nice group of juniors. Look forward to getting our final back out here and picking you a champion. Give these kids a round of applause, please.
We'll be bringing in our callback heifers here. One of those exhibitors was showing in the showmanship on the other side of the ring, so we had to wait for them. But we'll be getting started with the callbacks. The first and seconds, or however many they held from each class. And now we'll be selecting our champion breeding heifer. On the south side of the arena, this will be our third heat of showmanship in our junior. On the south side, this is actually our final drive. The callbacks from the different classes that they had. This will be in contention for overall top showmanship in the junior breeding cattle show.
As we get out here to pick our champion showman over here in the junior open breeding side, just been overwhelmed with the quality of the cattle, and then when it gets down here to the end, the quality of the kids and the showmen and what you guys have raised. So, I went through and talked to some of these other kids as we went through the day, and some of the things that I think are pet peeves. And I'll be honest, when I judge showmanship, there's not a lot of questions asked, guys. It's more about the presence. It's more about the way in which these guys come out here and do their job. I've never been a big questions guy, and if I would ask them a question, I'd ask them what's wrong with their cow, but I've already judged their cow, so they should know. I told them what was wrong with them, so I didn't ask any questions. When they hit the ring, most of the time you can judge showmanship within the first 5 to 10 steps, in my opinion. And the ones that are out here are the ones that have the extra presence. They have the extra intangibles in terms of the way they present themselves, the way they present their animals. And then on top of that, they have the extra intangibles just in terms of their framework and their fundamentals. So I think it's pretty clear cut to me on a champion. It gets a little closer for a reserve. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for a great group of young kids, and I'll get you a champion and reserve showman.
Your champion showman in the Junior Beef Breeding Show goes to Kiara Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. And also from Fullerton, Nebraska is Addie Kraus. Congratulations to you young ladies. Congratulations all you that got called back. That will conclude the Junior Breeding Show on the south side of the arena. Thank you all for participating and coming, being involved.